rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Today we will continue the testimony of witness 02153 and possibly start the testimony of witness 04586. I note that Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Veseli, Mr. Salimi, and Mr. Krasniqi are present in the courtroom. And before I invite the witness in, there are a few matters to deal with. Excuse me. First of all, for the current questioning and forever, we have to slow down the question and answer because the record suffers when we don't. We need to have a delay between the question and the answer for the interpreters to catch up. I know it's difficult especially when both the witness and the examining attorney are speaking the same language. It's easy to forget that it's being interpreted, but it is. So please do your best and help the witness with it also to get him to pause because he's doing the same thing that you are. And I do the same, so please be aware of that. First, the panel yesterday granted a request from the SBO for an extension of the word limit for the SBO's second Rule 155 motion. The panel would now like to hear submissions on whether an equivalent extension of the word limit need be granted for the defense responses. Madam Prosecutor, Mr. Prosecutor, do you have anything to add to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Laws?
No, nothing to add, thank you.
All right. Mr. Thaçi's defense.
Yes, Your Honor, we just asked the same leeway, and that is given to the other side.
Mr. Veseli, same.
Your Honor, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. They're filing, but I imagine we will need a similar extension. Yes. Hard to say in the abstract.
Well, okay, thank you. Mr. Salimi, defense.
I'm always in favor of shorter filings, Your Honor, but perhaps we might need the same once we see it. Thank you.
And Mr. Krasniqi's defense.
Your Honor, yes, we would in principle seek an equivalent extension. There is another issue following on from that we would likely seek an extension of time for the response to it.
Hold on with that thought for just now. The panel extends the word limit of any responses to the SBO's second Rule 155 motion to 12,000 words. Doesn't mean you have to use it, but it's available to you, just to be fair. Moving on, the panel notes that yesterday's Victims' Council requested the panel to issue a public redacted version of its oral order of 14 July 2023 on Victims' Council to question witness 04746. Any view on this, Mr. Prosecutor? All right.
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Thaçi?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the Veseli defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The panel orders the reclassification as public of its oral order of 14 July 2023 on Victim Counsel's request to question witness 04746, transcript page 5689, line 21 to page 5691, line 9. The panel also orders the redaction of the victim's name and last name mentioned at page 5690, lines 11 and 22, and at page 5691, line 5. This concludes the second oral order. Then the panel notes that yesterday the SBO stated its intention to call witness 03879 to testify after the judicial recess from Monday 14 August 2023 to Thursday 17 August 2023. The SBO also requested that for organizational and logistical reasons, a deadline be set for the defense to revise their cross-examination estimates for the next block of witnesses. The defense argued that it is difficult to make any determination unless the SBO provides the list of the next witnesses it intends to call and the order in which they're going to be called. The panel invited the SBO to communicate its next 5 witnesses in sequence by Friday, 28th July, 2023. The panel recalls that cross-examination estimates impact the SBO's witness scheduling and can disrupt the expeditiousness of the evidentiary phase of the proceedings. Moreover, the panel considers that accurate cross-examination estimates are also crucial for the SBO to provide the defense with timely notice of the witnesses it intends to call. The panel therefore orders the defense to revise their cross-examination estimates for the next 5 witnesses by Friday, 4 August 2023 at 4 p.m. The panel strongly encourages the 4 defense teams to engage in ongoing communications amongst themselves and with SBO with a view to provide accurate cross-examination estimates throughout the trial. This concludes the third oral order. Lastly, the panel notes yesterday that counsel for Mr. Visali, Mr. Emerson, sought an oral order from the panel regarding the parameters governing the extent to which counsel may object to judicial questions. While Mr. Emerson did not provide any legal basis for his request, the panel is prepared to provide the following as guidance to the parties and participants for any future objections to judicial questioning. First, while the rules do not provide for the possibility of objections to judicial questioning, the panel is prepared to accept that a party might have to raise an objection to a judicial question in order to preserve the possibility of raising the matter objected to on appeal. On that basis, the panel is prepared to accept, as it has up to this point, that parties can object to judicial questions. However, the panel makes it clear that any such objections must be made in a manner consistent with A, the Code of Professional Conduct for Counsel, in particular Article 10A, B, the panel's order on the conduct of proceedings, in particular paragraphs 115 to 116, and C, the Court of Appeal panel's decision on judicial questioning, in particular paragraph 32 and following. In particular, objections shall not be argumentative nor contain comments or misrepresentations. The presiding judge will rule on any objections to judicial questions. The panel has also considered Mr. Emerson's characterization of judicial questions of witness W04647 as tendentious or partisan, as transgressing the legitimate bounds of appropriate judicial conduct, the claim that he was shouted out and that a panel member tried to engage in an argument with him. The panel has found no merit in any of these complaints. These submissions mischaracterize the record, misrepresent the nature of the questioning, and fail to account for the fact that the panel can put to witnesses any questions deemed necessary for the clarification of testimony or the discovery of the truth, including in respect of matters relevant to the panel's determinations regarding the relevance and reliability of testimony or the credibility of witnesses. This includes the fourth oral order. Madam Court Usher, please bring in witness 02153.
Your Honor, if I could raise a matter briefly before the witness comes in.
Certainly.
The next witness, witness 04586, is due to testify next. It would greatly assist the SPO if we could get an indication from the defense as to how long the cross-examination is expected to continue. Just the current one, just in terms of the logistical arrangements of getting the witness in place.
Yes, Your Honor, and I appreciate counsel's concern. Taking Your Honor's lead from yesterday in that, A, he doesn't know. I have gone back through the matters that I was going to cover. And I was going to cover significantly more matters, but he's indicated that he just doesn't know. So I've cut that out overnight. And based on that, I probably will be finished before the break, maybe around the break this morning. I mean, and I'm talking about the 11 o'clock break.
Thank you very much. Yes.
My
Mr.
estimate's unchanged from.
Pardon me?
The Vassell estimate is unchanged from yesterday
Which was
evening.
20
about 20
minutes.
minutes or less.
And I think everybody else was in at around 20 minutes also.
Not quite, Your Honours. I think somewhere between an hour and 2 hours.
You were correct for us, Your Honour. I'm hovering at about 10, 15 minutes. Thank you.
It does, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. And if I have to interrupt you, Mr. Kehoe, on speed, is nothing personal. I'm just trying. The problem is our wonderful court reporter back here has to get every word in before it gets translated in many ways.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. Sometimes in the course of talking to a fellow English speaker, we get carried away, and I'm guilty of it, so I appreciate any intervention.
I'm sure all of us have experienced that ourselves. Good morning. Are you hearing okay?
Yes.
All right. I remind you to please try to answer the questions put to you clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask for clarification or for it to be repeated. Also remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge on questions that you're asked. I remind you that you are still under the obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in the solemn declaration yesterday. Also remember to speak into the microphone, and please wait 5 seconds before answering Mr. Kehoe's question so that the translators can translate, because they're translating from English into 2 other languages. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. If you feel the need to take breaks, please let me know. Mr. Kehoe, you have the floor.
May I have some paper to write on, Your Honour?
Pardon me?
May I have some paper to write on? It helps me to answer the questions.
Somebody have some? You have a pen, I take it?
Yes. Thank you kindly.
One other thing, please, when you're finished making whatever notes you're making, leave them here and we will destroy them.
Right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ludwig. Again, to echo what Judge Smith said, let's leave a little bit of space between my question and your answer. You and I kind of stumbled over each other a bit yesterday. I pleaded guilty for both of us in your absence that we were in fact doing that, but I think we can take a little time to make it easier on our translators this morning. So again, if there's any question that you don't understand what I'm saying, or if I cut you off, just please let me know. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, I want to move ahead just a bit, and we should be able to move through this relatively quickly to the period of time commencing in January and starting, of course, at the Rachak massacre in 15 January and your investigation of various kidnappings in January of 1999. Do I have you focused time-wise now?
Yes.
Okay. So the kidnappings that you had investigated and you talked about in your statement, they were after Rachak, were they not?
Which specific kidnappings do
The
you have
ones
in
that you
mind?
talked about in your statements, you know, Savlich, Krasniqi, the two Krasniqis, and Imer Jafici. I think you said in your statement that they were after Rachak.
There were, just a moment. As I recall it, the Savaliches were in late February. There were two kidnappings by, it seems, the KLA, Arina and El Shani. They were in early February. And there were several kidnappings of Albanian civilians by Serbian special forces or Serbian forces. But as I recall it, around the same period.
Now, let me turn just, if we will, as a jumping off point, the Rachak massacre, because we'll go in through much of this information from there. And let me read for you the comment from As Seen As Told, Volume 1. And for, if you're reading along, counsel, it's SPOE 00198 098 to 00198 366, and this is at 198164. And it writes in Volume 1, the mass killings at Rachak and Shatime municipality, on 15 January 1999 was an event both definitive in terms of establishing international recognition that human rights violations were at the core of the Kosovo conflict, and this is in parentheses, together with two other incidents later that month in Jajkovica municipality and Rogova and Rakovin, were indicative of what was to follow in the period from later March. The more frequent occurrence in the period of OSCE KVM presence in Kosovo was killings on an individual basis. Do you agree with that, sir?
I can't think, Your Honour, of any examples of what might be termed mass killings in the period prior to Rachak, which I suspect defined Rachak's importance. So that would seem to be an accurate representation.
And if I can turn your attention to the comments of your additional superior, Ms. Ringard, who testified in the Limai trial, and this is at Council IT 0366 Limai. It's at the transcript 3448 to 3540 at 3532 lines 12 to 25. And she was asked, Ms. Ringard, thank you for your patience. Now you've testified that KBM received information on abductions by the KLA, including so-called collaborators. based on the information that you received, that KLA received, were you ever able to determine that this was the work of, say, rogue elements, to use a phrase, or was there a broader policy at work here? Answer, the information that we had mainly through our liaison officers to the KLA was that they were aware that they were rogue elements and that they also sometimes found it difficult to control all instances of personal revenge and cases of the like. Now, were you aware, of course, of that sentiment of Ms. Ringard and the information that your liaison officers were giving her?
I think it was something that was a matter, A, of common sense in such a dynamic and volatile environment. And B, no, I won't say B.
Okay. And within this, I think you commented, and this is at Exhibit 230, Counsel, of your state. This is your statement I'm quoting. I'm just giving the exhibit number. That's P230. And you were talking about this period of time, and you note, and this is at paragraph 35, Counsel. At this time, there were incidents every day, ceasefires breaking down everywhere. So there was a lot of reporting going on. So would it be fair to say that during this entire period of time after Rachak, things got very chaotic, both on the ground and for you folks who had to report on it?
Things were chaotic from the moment we got to Orahavats. I speak for our team. From the very first day, we were all busy from dawn literally until dusk and way past it. We had not the ability, the bandwidth to deal with much beyond the present. Every day there would be, since we arrived, I'm thinking of specific incidents, shootouts, killings, human rights breaches, arrests, dead people found, as well as the general day-to-day work of patrolling. We were all involved in that. There may have been an uptick after that, Ratchak. I would need to see the reporting statistics. My recollection is there was not one single day when we were not busy, all of us in our team, dealing with the results of a highly active conflict into the middle of which we were deployed.
And Mr. Ledridge, and I admire the time you spent there and the efforts that you and your team put forth. And trust me, just don't take for my questions any reticence in giving you what you're due and credit for what you folks did down there.
The interpreters kindly ask the speaker to speak into the microphone. We cannot hear the council. Thank you.
So I'm just asking you questions in and around there for this period. But again, during this period of time, post-Rachak is when the Serb military authorities began their winter exercises south of Mitrovica, didn't they?
I was not deployed to Mitrovica, with all due respect. I do recall a brigade exercise taking place in our area, not too far from Stimle. I myself cannot attest to increased military activity in the zone in the area for which I was responsible and active, which is Orahovats. Because as I say, things were pretty active all the time. Anyway, if you say there were winter exercises, I would be in no position to disagree.
And if it's reported as seen, as told, again, SPO 00198-367 to 198-834 at 198-8151, again, Volume 1, it was reported that Yugoslav military, quote, winter exercises, end quote, began in the south of Kosovo, Mitrovica municipality in late February. You don't have any reason to disagree with that, is that right?
Late February. No reason to disagree. However, there were extensive military activities, as I recall it, in December as well, around to which our teams were deployed, reducing our capacity. But yes, I have no reason to disagree with what is said there. The one does not exclude the other, needless to say.
And that led up, of course, to the Serb military campaign that began in February and March and continued on for several months throughout the area of Kosovo, did it not?
As you say.
And I think that you folks, the people at the OSC and as seen as told, reported that between March and June of 1999, the FRY and Serbia forces expelled some 863,000 Kosovo Albanians from Kosovo, and that's again volume 1 of as seen as told, that SPOE 00198232343. And then to again stay in that document and stay at the page of 198109, that it has been estimated that over 90% of the Kosovo Albanian population, over 1.4 million people, were displaced by the conflict by June 1999. Do you have any reason to question the statistics of the OSCE and as seen as told on that score?
On the contrary, I would affirm them. Our teams were subsequent to the expulsion, deployed to Albania. I was one of those and saw the terrible detritus of it. I think these are well-established facts and I accept them fully, of course.
So starting in February, moving into March, April, and on, the expulsion of the Kosovo Albanian population took place forcibly at the hands of Serbian forces, be it the military, the police, or paramilitaries, right?
I saw some of those expulsions happen with my own eyes.
And if we can turn to the exhibit that you had placed into evidence, that the prosecution placed in, and we're talking about P234, and if we can put that on the screen, that is your chapter on Rahavats that you talked about yesterday with the prosecution. And I don't believe there is an Albanian translation. I think this is just in English.
I think there is.
There may be. If we could put on the screen, is it on there? Okay, thank you. And if we could turn to what I believe is SPOE 001-98576. And if we could look at, this has to do with the report on Rahavats, and if we can just blow up the paragraph at the bottom beginning in April. Now, Mr. Ledwidge, at any point you want to read additional aspects of this report, please let us know, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in this report, we're talking about Rahavats, and in that paragraph they said in April, this is 1999, there were reportedly confusing signals of the intentions of the Serb authorities with the VJ reportedly attempting to encourage Kosovo Albanians back to the town, only for the people to find that the next day the people were registering Kosovo Albanians and apparently in preparation for expelling them towards Albania. Moreover, at the same time, there were rumors of a, quote, blacklist, end quote, and reports of the targeting of professional people. The last line in that, last two lines, on April 5th, a 50-year-old and an 86-year-old woman, both related to a well-known lawyer, were found shot in the head and their bodies burned inside their house. Many young men were abducted and taken into custody while they were walking on the street. Did you assist in that reporting as to what was going on in Rahovac?
I would suspect so. I cannot recall. If this is the totality of the report on Orahovac, then I would say that there were other cases during that time. But I cannot recall this particular paragraph. I would not be surprised if my reporting contributed to it.
Let us turn on to Bela Cherka.
Bearing in, if I might. Of course, at this time, we were either in Macedonia or in Albania. So we were reporting on what we were told by refugees. Obviously, we had no reason to doubt their reports. We were not present on the ground.
And I understand you included this information in this report and that it was subsequently published. Is that correct?
We were expelled
No,
and rendered persona non grata.
Sometime down the line, you chronicled this information and made it part of, as seen as told, as we see in Prosecutor's Exhibit 234.
Is this Prosecutor's Exhibit 234?
It is.
Yes, we will have done that, our team, yes.
Okay. Again, just to remind you, and this is by way of clarity, this is the document that the prosecution introduced into evidence with you yesterday, so just so we're clear. Okay? Let's turn into the next village, Bela Cherka. And if we can just scroll up to 198577, and I believe that's the next page. The second paragraph just talking about Bela Cherka on a few hours after the start of the NATO bombing of the FRY on 24 March. Serb forces occupied the village. Much of the population, which at that time included IDPs, that's internally displaced people, from the surrounding areas started to, and I'm not sure what that word is covered. In the early hours of 25 March, VJ and police arrived in Bela Cherka with tanks, positioning them on a hill, and began shelling the 850 homes and burning the village. The villagers fled in different directions, but many failed to escape. People were rounded up and extorted in exchange for the lives of some of the men. Serbian forces then rounded up a group of over 15 men, and after robbing them of their IDs, they summarily executed them. If we can go to the next page. At the bottom of that page, starting with an unnamed man, and we'll go over after that line to the next page. An unnamed man who returned to Bela Cherka the night before to seek survivors along the riverside reportedly told an interviewee that he discovered 13 bodies, all from one family. With the bodies was a 2-year-old boy who had been alone for up to 15 hours and survived. Now that is the reporting that came from Bela Cherka. And that, you told us, is coming, that you folks put together from the refugee centers after you had been expelled persona non grata in March?
Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor, I know Mr. Keogh is asking questions about a prosecution exhibit. I don't want to object at this point, but I also know there is a provision in the conduct of proceedings order about questioning focused on advancing a tu quoque defense and the justness of war. So I just ask, in accordance with paragraph 104 of the conduct of proceedings order, that the relevance of that line of questioning be made clear.
Your Honor, quite clearly, this is a prosecution exhibit that they put in, and I am examining on a prosecution exhibit. We
Yeah.
did not.
Yes, overruled. Go ahead.
So that was the reporting that you received from refugees after you had departed the area, and your organization began to speak with them. Is that right?
In that case, partly. The case of Bela Cherka I remember vividly, and I would like to remember our colleague, whose name I recall as Irfan Popeye, who was killed there, whose courtesy and courage I've not forgotten. And I personally, with our colleagues, investigated the site of his and these other murders. I suspect the results of our investigation are represented here. Those results, or rather those investigations, took place after we returned to the province following the NATO bombing. During that time, our team, conducted investigations such as the one described here into all of the major murder sites in our area and many more, less well represented.
Let us move on in the document, if we could, sir, if we can stay on that same page of P234 and go to the bottom and talk about the village of Chalina. Am I pronouncing that correctly, Chalina?
Selina.
Celine?
I think so. Selina, yeah.
Okay.
Whatever.
And it reads in the second paragraph again, Serbian police and military were present in and around Selin every day for several days, beginning on around 23 or 24 March until at least 29 March 1999. During this time, houses were looted and destroyed, families were split up and robbed, and many people killed. Men were beaten and robbed of their IDs, and money was extorted under the threat of death, while others were killed and shot. If we can go to the next page, in the second to last paragraph, and we're still dealing with Selina. On 26 March, the shooting started again. The remaining villagers fled to the mountains, where there were approximately 4,000 people from the surrounding villages. Some of the people went down into the village to get food. On coming back, they reported finding many dead bodies in various locations. One man returning to Selina from the mountains with a group of other people said they buried a total of 86 bodies that were found in various locations. Now, was this an investigation that you and you folks and your team did after you returned, or was this from refugee information, if you recall?
I suspect both.
Okay.
I cannot recall. Sorry, I cannot recall. I suspect both.
And sir, anytime you don't recall, that is quite all right. Just let us know you don't. And if we can go to the next page, at the bottom of the page. This has to do with several villages, Kruša Amare and Kruša Evogel. And if we can go to the next page. And I believe we're speaking about Velika Kruša or Kruša Amare at this point. Vijay and police appear to have been present intermittently in and around the area over a period of 4 or 5 days, beginning on 24 March. After surrounding and shelling the two villages, VJ and police then entered and began systematically burning and looting the homes of Kosovo Albanians living there. Over a period of 3 days, the Serb forces, along with Serb civilians, were looting and burning houses in the area. During the time, more than 1,000 people were in Malacrusha, many from surrounding areas moving from one place to another. Other groups of people went into the mountains where they could see the VJ police and Serb civilians looting and burning. Private vehicles were driven out of Malacrusha filled with items that were stolen from the houses. After houses were looted, the buildings were then burned. At night, some of the villagers returned and hid in the cellars. Skip that next paragraph and just go down to the next one. On 27 March, villagers saw police arrive with trucks full of dead bodies and start to dump them in the river. The villagers who were still there remained inside the houses. On or about 31 March, when police again started to force the remaining villagers out, they observed that the trucks and some of the remaining dead bodies were still there near the river. K4 later removed a truck from the river, bones were found in the back. Continue on to the next page.
Mr. Keel, before going further, would you mind stating your case on this particular line of questioning
Yes,
to
Your
the
Honor.
witness so that he not to me, to the witness,
That's right.
so that he understands what it's going and how that, I believe we were quite clear that this had to have some impact on the structure of the KLA or upon the acts alleged to have occurred with these 4 accused.
Yes, Your Honor. And I will put this to you, sir, consistent with, and there are more in this report, that as a result of, not completely, but as a result of this activity by the Yugoslav forces, when the Kosovo Albanians, the over 600,000 Kosovo Albanians returned, you had reported, or your organization had reported, that there was a revenge component, a significant revenge component in that accounted for much of the crime that was taking place in Prizren where you were and elsewhere. And that is the reason we're going through these, to detail not just these crimes individually, where obviously the KLA wasn't there to protect these people, but what happened thereafter.
So, then correct me, you're saying that the revenge was on the part of the Serbs in this
No,
case?
the revenge was on the part of the returning.
There hasn't been any mention of revenge.
But I'm gonna go talk about that.
Well, then talk about that. I don't think we need any more examples of what went on.
So, yes, Your Honor. So when we had when we can turn to the next aspect of it, when we had these Kosovo Albanians returning, there was a significant amount of revenge with those people when they returned. And obviously their families had been killed and their homes had been burnt, their possessions had been stolen, and friends and family were murdered. Is that right?
I don't think that's unreasonable. I think the same applies to the kidnapping and murder of the 47 Serbians, Romani, and Albanians who were killed in late July of 1998. That is one of the hypotheses we were working on, which has not yet been raised, I think.
And the reason why, and you note in this is Exhibit 230 at paragraph 16, that you note a far greater portion of the KVM time and effort was spent on dealing with Albanian missing and dead than with the Serb missing and dead. And that's again in paragraph 16. The reason for that is, of course, there were significantly more Kosovo Albanian victims. I think that you estimated and as seen as told that there were over 7,000 missing Kosovo Albanians, right?
Yes, and over 1,000 missing Serbs, representing statistically perhaps a slightly higher proportion, but I will absolutely not take issue with the atrocities, mass murder committed on a systematic or apparently systematic basis by Serbian forces.
And I wouldn't
Seems that
expect
the
you to,
KLA
sir.
were doing, or some elements of the KLA were doing much the same thing.
And I wouldn't expect you to, sir. But there were significantly more Kosovo Albanians, and you had to spend significantly more of the OSCE time getting engaged in reviewing or looking for those missing people, didn't you?
At what point in our mission, which
Throughout
lasted
your
from
mission, sir. I'm sorry.
November until several years after, I can say that in both periods, which is to say before the bombing, during the bombing, well, the 3 periods really, during the bombing and after the bombing, that is absolutely the case, yes. Because, as you point out, the number of victims of Serbian, number of murdered people murdered by Serbian authorities exceeded the number of those murdered by KLA personnel. So yes, that is the case, yes.
And that would account for the reason why, as you noted, significantly more time, and again, this is in your P230 at paragraph 16, why significantly more time was spent investigating Albanian missing and dead, because there were more, right?
I've just said that.
And that has nothing to do with anyone being pro-Albanian or pro-Serb, does it?
I was about to say that for us they were missing people.
Exactly. So when you as you sit here today, and you had made some comments about Ambassador Walker, for instance, you sit here today, are you saying that Ambassador Walker, for his work with the OSCE, was pro one side or the other?
Which comments are you addressing?
Addressing the comments that you have made, that you had talked about in senior leadership.
Which statement? Because I corrected the first statement.
Okay, and
very
in your
clearly.
correction, I'm sorry.
Very clearly corrected it.
And in your correction, you note, and I'll read that into the record as well, that's P233 at your SPO note. You stated at the time he believed that the political of the KVM was not interested in the Serbians, but now believes it is likely that this was due to certain political pressures. Your W02153 stated that there was a natural tendency for juniors to blame their seniors, and at the time you may not have understood the political pressures at the higher level. So to be clear, that you're not saying at this point, as you testify here today, that anybody like Ambassador Walker was prejudiced either one way or the other, are you?
I'm saying that with the advantage of 25 years of hindsight and limited experience, I understand that at the highest levels of international leadership, sometimes trade-offs are to be made. That much is common sense. Those trade-offs are often not understood by subordinates. That applies in all areas of activity within conflict. And that was certainly, I would imagine, the case during the time we were there. And as such, I stand by what I said.
You stand by what you said in the statement to the prosecutor several days
That is
ago.
correct.
Now, just going back to the revenge aspect, and you noted that there was some revenge. There was revenge for the retaining Kosovo Albanians. I mean, that was in fact a hallmark of the as seen as told report, beginning with Ambassador Kushner's forward. Is that right? Or would you like me to read that to you?
No, it's okay. I think it's fair to say, since you're asking for my comment, and not a gloss on Ambassador Kuchner's, that revenge was a hallmark of the conflict in its entirety, in my experience of it, from late 98 onwards, and evidently also mid-98.
So when Ambassador Kushner says this report, this is as seen as told, volume 2, page 1529 to 1871 at page 1523, So this report underscores just how difficult the task here. Vengeance and fear are all too common in post-conflict Kosovo. That's consistent with what you just said, is it not?
Vengeance and fear were hallmarks of the conflict from the start, at all levels and with all, rephrase.
And as a consequence...
Vengeance and, if you'll allow me to finish.
Absolutely.
Vengeance and fear were a hallmark of the conflict, in my experience of it, from the day we got there on all sides.
And again, please do stop me if I ever cut you off, because I certainly don't intend to do that.
You did so several times yesterday.
Okay. I'm sorry?
You did so several times yesterday.
Yes, and I apologize ahead of time if I did it, and I don't intend to do that. So, is it clear to you that, well, put it this way, let me read what Mr. Sean Burns said about what was going on. But before we do that, there was in fact an element of and I'm talking about the post-conflict time period in Prizren and other places you were. I mean, there was a element of criminal gangs operating, weren't there?
Certainly.
And there were likewise a criminal element coming in from Albania that were taking advantage of the unrest in Kosovo post-conflict, right?
I say certainly because my experience of that started with our return from Albania, as I state in my, I think, first statement, where I observed and heard allegations of young women being taken for the purposes of human trafficking, Albanian women. Addressed this to the KLA's intelligence chief in our zone, who displayed no interest in that. Clearly, in a post-conflict zone such as Kosovo or any other such area, you will get organised crime taking advantage of the chaos. I have also suspicion, for what it's worth of, which is not mentioned in my statements, of
Well, just tell us what you know, sir.
forms of serial killing taking place out with political elements.
I don't mean to cut you off, but just tell us factually.
That was facts.
We had armed gangs, a criminal element,
Yes.
what you said, organized crime,
Yes.
all coming in from the post-conflict, after the conflict, right?
I think it was a pretty the organised crime was a common feature prior to what you call the conflict, or I suppose you mean the NATO bombing. That was dominated by Serbian gangs, in cooperation, I suspect, with ethnic Albanians, and the same carried on afterwards, taking advantage of the lawlessness and chaos, carried on subsequently, and some say even until today.
And the lawlessness that was taking place there was made any type of analysis difficult. But, excuse me, let me withdraw that question. You do know that for instance, KLA uniforms were readily available throughout Kosovo and on the Albanian border, do you not?
I have absolutely no doubt that's the case.
Okay. So, in addition to the organized crime, these criminal elements, armed gangs, you had people that had available to them uniforms of the KLA.
Military uniforms. I'm not sure the KLA had their own uniforms, but yes, military uniforms.
And into this void, if you will, was supposed to be some law enforcement that was taking place at the hands of UNMIC and or KFOR. Is that
Yes.
right? And that didn't happen, did it?
By that didn't happen,
Well,
what do you mean?
would you agree with me that as far as any type of law enforcement on the street, that the UNMIC was very slow in responding to any law enforcement effort?
I think that is very fair to say. There were also efforts made by soldiers of KFOR to attempt to stem disorder of one kind or another. which had some limited success in some places and less success in others, as I think is well known.
Well, I mean, and in fact, well, let me put this on the screen. This was this is SITF 00385-157-178. This is a Kosovo Assessment Team report dated 25 to 26 June 1999. And if we can just go to that first paragraph, if we can blow that up. And I go two sentences down. The situation in Mitrovica, do you see that, sir?
I do.
Notes that the situation in Mitrovica is tense. The Serbs block half the city. They check personal documents. Albanians do not have access to their property on the other side of the river. KFOR is not impartial. They are only concentrated on the southern side of the city. Albanians are going to demonstrate on Saturday at 10 o'clock. So, were you aware of the situation in Mitrovica, that your organization stated that KFOR was not impartial?
I didn't serve in Mitrovica, Your Honour.
I am just saying.
But the answer to your question is, to the extent I was aware of Mitrovica, and we were quite focused on our own area, I would suggest that Mitrovica was as difficult as anywhere else, but that's the limit of my knowledge, and I think even today it remains very difficult, the situation there. Beyond that, I can't say. I know all the reporters here. I have very high regard for all of them, and I have no doubt that what they say is absolutely correct.
Your Honor, at this time we'll offer into evidence SITF 00385-175, the document that's on the screen.
Well, Your Honor, I'm not sure this witness is an appropriate witness for this document. His knowledge of that document is very limited.
I'll admit the exhibit based upon the witness's assessment of the reporters. SITF 00385, was it 157 or 175?
Your Honor, the number is 175 to 178.
So 175 to 178 is
Yes,
admitted?
sir.
Please assign a number to it.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D35.
And sir, you were aware that as a result of UN Security Council Resolution 1244, that the entities responsible for governing Kosovo was the UN, all right?
Yes.
And we just talked a little bit about law enforcement. And if I can put on the screen a document from As Seen As Told. And that will be, excuse me, page stamp number SITF 0001-529, 0001-825, and I'm interested in page 1548. And just so you know, Mr. Ludwig, this is exhibits that are part of Volume 2 of As Seen As Told, and this is one of the exhibits in there. Okay?
Yep.
That's the document. Now, this is a document that designates the UNMIC police deployment as of 30 October 1999. And as you can see, the amount coming in June was virtually minuscule. Is that right?
It seems so.
you have any reason to question this chart that was in As Seen, As Told?
No, and to shortcut any further discussion, I'm more than happy, if you would like, I'm more than happy to say that my experience in our area of policing was that it was inadequate, partly because of the numbers, partly because of organisational immaturity, and the general appalling security environment against which they worked and tried to work.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer into evidence SITF 00001548.
I would also say, with respect to the As
Excuse me
Seen...
a second. I just have a...
Oh, of
You
course,
can come in a
yes.
second.
Apologies.
I don't mean to cut you off, but
Sure.
I just made
Any objection?
Same objection as before, Your Honour. In my submission, these documents, the witness should have some knowledge of the documents in order to admit those documents through this witness.
The exhibit will be admitted SITF 0001529 to 1825. 1825. Are you just admitting the one page?
just the one page, Judge.
That's page 1548.
Rahovets. But given that I think, to be fair, given that the organisation was entering what amounted to an anarchic situation, these matters are always extremely difficult. And as you know, politically and practically complicated and technically extremely difficult. So I think we understood the difficulties at first, yes.
And during this period of time, going through from the post-conflict, I'm talking about the post-NATO bombing. You corrected me on that justly. Hashim Thaçi was consistently in the community and in the media advising Kosovo Albanians to stop the violence, and he was promoting an interethnic Kosovo, wasn't he?
Objection, Foundation, Your Honour.
You might first ask if he has knowledge of those statements.
Well, do you have knowledge of Mr. Thaçi's statements, both in the media, printed and video,
No.
advising people in Kosovo to cease the violence and to promote an interethnic?
I did not follow Mr. Thaçi's media declarations,
Well,
or anyone else's, except our own.
And I'm asking you, were you aware of the fact that Hashim Thaçi was doing that?
I don't recall it being something I was very conscious of one way or the other. We had our day-to-day work.
Well, you do note that in the, you have in your report, and I believe, if I may, just short-circuit this, Judge, and go back to the prosecution summary as opposed to reading the entire report. I just want to advise your court. I'm going to ask him the question, but this is where it's coming. This is where it's coming from. And in the prosecution's summary, you noted that in and around November 1999, Mr. Ludwig, heard from several people that Hashim Thaçi gave a speech to a gathering in Rahovac in which he declared that the time of speaking Serbian in Rahovac was over. You recall saying that in your statement?
Excuse me, that doesn't have anything to do with the question you just asked him before.
I'm just following that on with the question I was asking before is, was he aware of what Mr. Thaçi's pronouncements are? Now we're turning to his part of it.
To be accurate, you ask about specific statements that Thaçi was making to the people of Kosovo, not the Orovac question.
And now I'm turning to the one he commented on. I understand that, Mr. Ludwig, that you said you didn't know anything about Hashim Thaçi's.
I didn't say that. I said
sorry,
I
go
did
ahead.
not follow Mr. Thaçi's media comments. It may be that we were briefed by our media people in daily or weekly briefings, but I don't recall them. I don't recall this being a major aspect of the work that I was doing, and therefore it didn't. It wasn't something that especially occupied my attention any more than the announcements or pronouncements of other politicians.
So as we sit here, you don't recall whether or not you were in fact briefed on the comments made by Mr. Thaçi throughout Kosovo to the media and to the Kosovo people. Is that right?
That's what I just said, yes. I don't recall one way or the other.
And when you were in Kosovo, were you aware of an event in July of 1999 when Mr. Thaçi went to Kosovo, went to Mitrovica, in June, to talk down any type of violence that took place in Mitrovica? Were you
I
aware
may
of
not
that?
have been aware at the time, but in fairness, I'm aware now, because again, by whatever coincidence, I read about it last week. But it may well have taken place. I was not aware of it at the time. Was it in July?
It was the exact date. I will give you the exact date of the video. The exact date is and why don't we just play this and see if this is something
no,
you recall.
the reason, if I might be asking the
17
date.
July.
Yes.
And I will go to ERN.
Who just had a question?
I'm sorry.
The reason I asked the date, which you've now answered, is that during July, and there were a couple of weeks during July, that in the town for which I was responsible, there was a major crisis concerning the deployment of soldiers, whether they should be Russian or Dutch, in Orahovac. I have a feeling it was around that time. I think it was. It was a major international incident, and clearly a lot of attention in our area was being focused on that. It may be that I missed Thaçi's speech. I am aware that it took place now because I read about it in the last couple of weeks, I think even last week. So I'm more than that I cannot say.
And I would like to play for you.
Your Honor, if I can object to this, having read about it last week cannot be an adequate foundation for questions in this court, Your Honor.
Sustained. There's nothing to be gained from this. He's indicated he knows nothing about it. He's indicated he didn't hear about it until a week ago. We're not going to go into that.
Yes, sir. And what was the circumstances for your learning about this a week ago?
It may have been the same ones. I think you recall on the last session, the Panda Bar. I think I was looking for a media report on Orahovats, and it came up on a search. I can't really recall. The Thaçi comment may have been on one of the little sidebars, or perhaps somewhere else. I really don't know.
So
I make thousands of searches, hundreds certainly every week. I'm an academic, so I
and
like
the
to
speech
research
that
things.
I'm sorry. I think I cut you off, sir.
You did. I like to research things. So whilst I wasn't particularly researching Mr. Thaçi's pronouncements, this came up. But the most significant thing I learned last week was about the Panda Bar, an event we addressed yesterday.
And the speech that you were talking about in that you maintain that Thaçi gave a speech to a gathering in Rahovats in which he declared that the time for speaking Serbia in Rahovats was over. You did not attend that speech, is that right?
Your Honour, that is right. As I recall, and perhaps you may assist in this and assist my recollection, but as I recall, that was on or around Flag Day in November, which, as I recall, is late in the month. Sometimes I think the Kosovo Flag Day is slightly different from the Albanian one, but whatever Flag Day it is. And around that time, there was a particular volatility, very great sense of threat on the streets. I remember it vividly and viscerally. And it was considered unsafe for us to, that is to say, myself, my small team, to travel from Prizren to Orahovats that day, if I remember rightly. And therefore, the contents of the speech, to the extent you have addressed them, were relayed to me by staff and indeed others, as I recall, in the town. Now, as I said, I was not there, and I have offered the reason why, as I recall it.
So you said you weren't there, and you also didn't read anything in the Serb media about it. Is that right?
I do not read Serb media.
Well, were you made aware of anything in the Serb media about this speech by Mr. Thaçi?
Not as I recall.
And you don't, well, obviously, if the Serbs had, based on your experience, you had been dealing with the Serbs using things like missing people as propaganda material, right?
Well, I was familiar with the Serbian government using the missing as pretexts the previous year. Yes, I have said that already. The Serbs to which I spoke did not use that because they were wrecked. The community was wrecked for a number of reasons, not least the absence of 40 of their non-combatant friends and relatives.
And you do not know of the Serb media using this statement, this alleged statement by Mr. Thaçi about not speaking Serbian anymore in Rahovats, do you?
I remember, or I recall, actually, it was not any Serbian interlocutor, but it was in fact Albanian ones, that is my recollection, who told me of this, who were present.
Well, and did you read any articles, any media articles that covered this?
Not that I recall. I was not in the habit of doing so. We were rather too busy for that.
I put to you, sir, that, and I will show you the articles from international media and Albanian media, that no such statement by Hasim Thaçi was made.
I was not there. I cannot assist any further. That is what I was told.
So you have no reason, you have no reason to dispute that virtually none of these media sources reported that such a statement was made by Hasim Thaçi. Isn't that right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I did not understand it. I already made clear to you I do not, or did not at the time, read media. We did not have the internet as we did now. I don't recall, therefore, reading about it. I do not know whether or not it took place for sure. I was not there. I was told that such comments were made. I think possibly a transcript might settle that, or a recording of it. More than that, I cannot say.
Okay, and you can, just following that up, you can also say that you did not read any media at any point, anywhere, that reflected such a comment by Hashim Thaçi, have you?
It would not be something that I would consider important. My job was to find missing people even then and deal with human rights abuses. To the extent we discussed provincial or regional politics, tended to be of an international nature or involve UNMIC in some way. But no, I don't think I did. I think that we were simply too busy. At that period, I will stress to you again, it was particularly dangerous for those who were not Albanian to go on the streets, both in Prizren, and I was informed there was not there, in Orahovac. I suspect probably less dangerous there. Either way, if it was made on Flag Day or around Flag Day, it may not have been, because I don't remember, then I was certainly not in the town. And something I recall because I made objection to that, to not being allowed there. If it was made at some other time, well, either way, I was not present at the speech.
If I may, Judge, may we just have a moment? So, one final question, several questions, never one question with lawyers.
So I've observed.
Well, sir, was it your duty as an OSC officer to report up the line that the Prime Minister of the Provisional Government of Kosovo allegedly said at a speech that the time for speaking Serbian in Rahovac was over? Was it your duty to report that?
I suspect if it was reported to me or I was there, then that might be something I might have found of interest and therefore worth reporting, and it's possible I did.
Have you seen any report in your many discussions with the SPO and in your research where you reflect that you reported to anyone at the time that the Prime Minister of the Provisional Government of Kosovo made such a statement in Rahovac at any point?
Did I see such a report recent? No, I did not.
So
no.
You haven't seen any report reflecting, any OSCE report reflecting that Mr. Thaçi made such statements, and you haven't seen any media, written or visual, that reported that Hashim Thaçi declared that the time for speaking Serbian in Rahovac was over. Isn't that correct?
I've already said that several times. And as I say, this was reported to me. I think the matter could be settled very easily with a recording of this speech, one way or the other. I put no particular stress on it, as it is, as you would say in the legal world, hearsay.
Thank you, Mr. Ledbetter. Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness.
Mr. Strong, you have
Thank
the
you.
floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah. All right. Mr. Ledwidge, my name is Andrew Strong, and I will be asking you questions today on behalf of Mr. Kadri Veseli. I don't have very many questions for you, but I want to start with by asking you some questions about the context against which you started your work in Kosovo. First, it's right to say that you arrived in Kosovo in the middle of November of 1998. Is that right?
Yes, broadly, slightly after that.
Okay, and I think the date that I have for you deploying to Prizren is the 18th of November. Does that sound right?
No, I think it was after that. I flew into the country on the 18th, a couple of days in Belgrade, if that. 2 or 3 days maybe in Pristina and then Prizren. So yes, on or around that time.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. I appreciate the
I
accuracy.
think just for fullness or completeness, I recall we set up our little headquarters about the 25th or the 26th of November.
Okay. And it's right that in deploying to Prizren, you said you had only received very general briefings about what was happening on the ground, specifically in Rahavets at that time. Right.
If that.
Okay. And it's also right to say that you were deploying to an active combat zone.
Well, we were deploying to an active combat zone. The intention of the whole mission was to verify the supposed ceasefire. Therefore, I think the overall intention was that we were deploying to an area where ceasefire was in force. Turned out not to be the case.
Yes. I think you put it slightly more eloquently than I did. You said you yesterday, and this is at transcript T9, line 8, that it was quite a kinetic period where people were being killed on both sides.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
All right. And so it's in that context of landing in that active theater, your remit was to look backwards 3 to 4 months to a period where you weren't in Kosovo, and to gather information to try to determine the fate of missing people. Is that accurate?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
No.
Right.
No, if I might elucidate.
Yeah.
So there were 20 of us in the team. I was initially an operations officer. So my role initially was to man the radios and to try and direct our teams, receive reports of incidents, report them up our chain, that was at that time KVM, and receive and implement guidance from my chief, Ian MacLeod, and his deputy. We were a very small team, a very active environment, and what had happened during the summer, whilst of, at that time, passing interest, rather paled against, as I said yesterday, what was happening today.
Yes. Yes, I appreciate that distinction. I think, to be fair to you, you have said consistently that looking backwards was, I think you had little headspace for it or little bandwidth because of how dynamic the situation was on the ground as you landed.
To relitigate my answers yesterday, Mr. Strong, I would say this, that whilst it is, and I respect your and your colleagues' position, fairly straightforward, with, I note, 17 lawyers in the room and support staffs to look back with the assistance of an organisation who is acting in its own interest on a history that is disputed. When you were in, as you say, a kinetic zone with a small team, we had none of those resources, none of the bandwidth, and at that time, which is to say the first week of our deployment, no will to look back to excavate command structures or disputed historical incidents. We were concerned with what was happening during the day.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. And so I'm not going to ask you any questions about military organization or command structures. What I'm interested in, and this is from an answer you gave yesterday, is your role as a human rights investigator on there. And that may not have happened when you landed, but as I understand your answer, at some point you took on an investigative capacity.
I see. Yes.
Specifically for events that occurred in July of 1998. Is that
yes,
accurate?
I was appointed missing persons officer, as I recall, either late January, perhaps even early January, 99. It's in the statements. But the same principles apply. We were faced with a stonewalling organisation, which would tell us nothing, or defensive in their comments, to put it mildly. The structures of my organisation were such that senior, a term disputed yesterday, but senior KLA officers were the remit of another team. My job, as I saw it, there was no such direction, but I saw it. We were in a situation where direction, understandably, was limited, but such direction as I got was excellent from my chain of management in Pristina, was to determine where these 47 missing people were on the Serbian Romani side and some 2 or 3 Albanians, and also to determine the whereabouts of graves of Albanian murder victims. Those are 2 slightly different tasks, and we set about that as best we could. And by we, I mean myself and perhaps 1 or 2 assistants who were part-time until March, when I think I got somebody who was dedicated with me to that task. I think you see my point. We had a number of tasks, the primary one of which was to determine the whereabouts and fate of 47 missing people in the context of these proceedings here as I understand them.
Thank you. That's helpful. Can I just say, going forward, I've noticed a slight expansion in your answers, and if you could try to keep them as concise as possible.
Yes, my apologies. I will endeavour to do so.
Now, just picking up on your last answer, and I want to make sure I get it accurate.
So whilst you look, if I can elucidate slightly, we began in a way which perhaps now might seem rather naive in physically searching certain areas, having received information, as I outline in my statement.
Okay, I'm just going to stop you there because that's just that is an example of just what I asked you to please be mindful of expanding your answer. I will ask you questions, and the prosecution will have a chance to redirect you to clarify anything that you aren't able to say.
Good.
Okay. What I'm interested in is some of the challenges that you faced in gathering information, specifically as it relates to the events you just described in 1998, in July of 1998. And I want to outline 3 different areas that I think that I want to explore with you today. And the first, if I could have the assistant of the court officer, is SBOE 001961138. Could we call that up? Thank you. Now, first, Mr. Ledger, do you recognize this document?
Absolutely.
Excellent. And it's at the top. It's the Kosovo Verification Mission Coordination Center 1.
Yes.
Was that the coordination center that you worked out of?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. And could we go to the very last page of this document? And if we could scroll down to the bottom. It looks like the author of this document is Ian McLeod.
Yes, that is the official author. That's right. As part of our staff procedures, the head I would author in this case. In this case, I recall authoring this document. Although I have to say, Ian played a part because our whole team took part in this, if you can call it, investigation. But yes, it is signed there, as you see, by our head, Ian McLeod.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. Could we go to, I believe it's the, well, it's SBOE 001961141. And just, that's perfect. Just under the section, problems with unsourced reporting. We see CC1 has made contact with the relatives of the majority of the relatives of the missing and has, in the circumstances, a good relationship with them. They regularly attend at the CC, I assume that's Command Coordination Center?
Coordination Center.
In Orahovic for the purpose of more than anything else, letting off steam, as well as that they pass information that they have received, often from local Albanians. Some of the information referred to above came this way. The danger in receiving information that is unsourced like this is that there's a strong likelihood that many of these reports, particularly those involving people that have been seen recently, which seem to corroborate each other, are merely the result of circular reporting. That is to say that one report is recycled and improved with each telling. Much of the new information came this way. Now, you've told us that you're the author of this report.
I recall writing much of it, if not all of it, yes.
Okay. This was a problem that you were alive to, that you needed to be vigilant to separate out what appeared to be new information, corroborating other information from the circular nature that information can travel in these sort of settings. Is that right?
Yes, this was a particular problem, as I indicate there, with supposed sightings, be they in a particular valley or indeed on the streets of Orahovac or Prizren, where people were seen or allegedly seen in the backs of cars and so forth.
And is it right that the people who are meeting weekly, regularly at the CC, that they're the relatives of the victims that you were tasked to look for?
Widows, mothers, brothers.
Right. And they also knew each other quite well.
I think some of them knew each other very well, others less so. Those from the villages would not have known anybody in the town, I suspect. The town was the Građani, which is to say the Serbians of Orahovac, were about numbers differ, but perhaps somewhere in excess of 2,000. Those in the villages, each village perhaps a couple of hundred. So the villagers will have known each other, and those in their vicinity, especially Albanians. They were close to them before the war, and on both sides. So yes, it's a small town, but I can't assume that they all knew each other at all. Those from the villages, I doubt anyone will have known, but
sure.
There we are.
But the individuals from the villages would likely have known the other relatives of victims from the villages.
Certainly.
Right. And am I right in thinking that because this information was so profoundly emotionally charged, people wanted to believe the rumors or a gossip that they heard that was coming in this circular manner? Is that accurate?
They wanted to believe that their relatives were alive and not burned and dead in ditches, yes.
Okay. Do you remember when these meetings began? These regular meetings?
Very shortly, Mr. Strong, or Your Honour, after we arrived.
Right. And
the interpreters kindly ask the speakers to make a pause between question and answer. Thank you very much.
That's noted. Thank you. Right. All right. If we could go now to another document, which is the statement that you made to the SBO. It's P230.
May I say something, Your Honour?
Yes, go ahead.
There are still people who believe that their relatives are alive.
Thank you.
And could we go to paragraph 25, please? So I want to just put this paragraph to you. Sorry. Apologize. apologize. It's paragraph. One second. Paragraph 22. I apologize. Madam Court Officer. And just reading it out, it says, with respect to my basis for the statement that it was in the perceived interest of the Serbian authorities for these people to remain missing and for the open cases not to be solved, this was based on the fact that the Serbs were attempting to use the issue of the missing to galvanize support among Kosovo Serbs by encouraging a sense of victimization. I believe that calls made to the victims' families were a part of this effort conducted by Serbian provocateurs. There were regular slots on Serbian television that were clearly designated to stimulate emotion and sympathy for the families of the missing for political purposes. Now, I just wanted to ask you first, the second to last sentence there were calls made to the victims' families that were part of this effort conducted by Serbian provocateurs. Could you explain what that means?
Yes. Some of the relatives would receive telephone calls purporting to be from their relatives or those who had seen them, as I recall. And in the circumstances, given that the people were, A, in fact dead, or B, at the time we thought were likely to be, we felt these were unlikely to be real calls for many other reasons as well, which are obvious. I'm not sure where they came from. I would not be surprised if it was some form of Serbian play or deception operation. We know, so I will slow down a bit. We know, I was informed by, as you know, from the statements, a senior Serbian military, or rather police intelligence officer, Colonel Milan Petrovic, that Serbian authorities, to expand on this paragraph, were fully aware of the fate of these people, and I think we had a feeling that was likely to be the case, but they were saying nothing, much as the KLA were saying nothing.
Thank you. And this is just for the record. This paragraph that I've just read out is clarifying a section of the ICTY statement, P232. It's at page 13 under attitude of Serbian authorities. And I think there, Mr. Ledwidge, you talk about phone calls that individuals were cited in places such as Kukes or in Bosnia that would inflame the I think very naturally the sentiments of the victims.
Yes, Your Honour, and Your Honour and the court will probably be aware that the same dynamic happened in Bosnia. And when I was in Bosnia, I met some Srebrenica widows who were, for much the same reasons, believing their relatives were in mines in Serbia or wherever. It seemed to be a common pattern in these circumstances.
So is it fair to say that just in terms of highlighting the challenges of this information ecosystem, the first one that we saw in the KVM report is the nature of circular reporting, where reports get passed from one person to another, new information is added, and they take a life of their own. And the second is that false information is being intentionally added to this information, to this environment. Is that fair?
I don't think it's unfair. That's why we took statements from the relatives based on facts, or what they felt to be facts and their own personal experience.
Yes, yes. Just in that last sentence, with respect to the Serbian television programming that was designed for political purposes to stimulate emotion, did you see those programs?
In the house I lived, there was a television. The television had two channels, well, two that I recall. One was Euronews, and the other was Serbian television. I recall certainly on Serbian television, emotional slots, as I say, slots that were intended to be intended to be emotional, with quotations and clips from relatives, statements, interviews, the camera. I don't recall anyone from Orahovac being in any of those videos because, as you know, there were many hundreds of, or several hundred, missing people taken by the KLA all over the province. I don't think our, if I can call them our, Orahovac's relatives were involved in that particular operation directly. But they certainly were victim of it.
So just the answer is that yes, you did see personally these television programs?
The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe once or twice, but yes.
Okay. So I'm just turning to the final area that I want to go through with you, and you touched on it yesterday with Mr. Kehoe. But in addition to the previous two challenges in terms of gathering information for a period where you weren't in Kosovo, you said this to Mr. Kehoe, and this is at page 70. You said you were asked, so you do know that they were torturing people to get information, weren't they? And by they, I believe that's the Serbian authorities. And the answer, absolutely, they were. In that case, of course, they were torturing KLA prisoners for information about Serbian prisoners kidnapped and missing. That's the context of that particular statement, which is your SPO statement. And then you said it was a torturing state, yes. And my question is that's just another layer of challenge that you faced in trying to gather accurate information, along with the false information that was being phoned in to relatives, the circular nature of this group of relatives. You needed to be alive to the danger that some of the information circulating in the area could have been extracted through torture. Is that fair?
So I just don't begin to understand the question. There was a statement about several things.
Yes.
What is?
So the statement.
Oh, please.
I'm happy to read
Yes.
to rephrase. The question is simply this: you needed to be alive to the danger that some of the information circulating in the area while you were collecting it could have been extracted through the use of torture.
Okay, first thing, it's a terrible irony that the torture I referred to yesterday by Serbian forces took place in the same place that, according to the relatives, the KLA were torturing their prisoners, which was Maleševo police station. The second element, you mentioned the circular nature of reporting, I repeat, referred to the continuing assertions of relatives receiving phone calls indicating their relatives were alive. Third, and I think to answer your direct question, none of my interlocutors were tortured. None of my Serbian interlocutors were tortured. They were entirely willing.
Yes, no, I'm not suggesting that at all.
So
my question is, I think, a little different.
You are suggesting, so I can answer it.
My suggestion is that you are entering, as an investigator, you're entering an area, an information environment that you weren't personally in, and that you needed to be alive to the fact that the information that was circulating came from various places, one of which, because the Serbian state was engaged in the torture of individuals to obtain information, could have been through torture. And the question is, were you alive to that danger?
I was, of course, alive to the danger
Thank you.
wait, please, allow me to finish. That torture is part of the Serbian government, or was part of the Serbian government's mechanism for what they call law enforcement. However, none of my Serbian interlocutors were subject to such measures, and I was not able to speak to, because they were stonewalling from start to finish, any Kosovo Liberation Army personnel. The question of torture, to perhaps address your point more directly, did come up, though, and you're right about this, in my discussions with Colonel Petrovic, who, whilst not stating outright, did indicate very strongly that there had been such measures used to extract the information he told me about concerning the information he said he had concerning the location of the bodies. That was much later. It was just before we left. I had no concern that any of my informants, Serbian informants, were subject to torture. Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Ledger. Those are my questions.
Mr. Tully, looks like you got 15 minutes.
Well, Your Honour, it looks like far less than that. The areas of interest for us have been covered. I will ask no questions of the witness. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis, since you have more of an extended period, perhaps we should take the break now and come back, and then you can go through the entire.
I think that'd be wise, Your Honour.
Okay. So we will break now. Please be back here at, I can't read that clock very well, 11:15. 11:20, make it 11:20. We're adjourned. You may take the witness out.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. All right, Madam Usher, you may bring the witness back in. Witness, can you hear all right?
Yes, thank you.
Next step will be Mr. Ellis from the Krasniqi defense. Will be asking you questions
Thank you.
in cross-examination. Mr. Ellis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good morning, Mr. Ledwidge.
Good morning to you.
Mr. Ledwidge, I'm going to try to move through this material in the course of the next session so that we're finished before lunch. But I think in order to do that, we'll need to move relatively quickly through some of the earlier sections. So I'll ask you at this point to keep your answers brief when we cover material that you've perhaps mentioned before. Do you follow me?
I'll answer the questions you ask.
Thank you. Now, the purpose of your work in Rahovec, you've said already, was to determine the fate and the location of the missing.
One of
wasn't
many
it?
purposes, yes, Mr. Ellis.
You didn't regard yourself as carrying out a criminal investigation, did you?
I was not there in that capacity, so the answer would be no, Your Honour.
And could we have on screen, please, well, sorry, before I get there, in this period in late 1998 and into 1999, Christopher Cobb-Smith was one of the liaison officers working with you in the Rahovec area, was he?
Yes, I know, Chris.
Could I have on screen, please, 075959 to 075992? I'm looking in particular for page 75969, paragraph 40. And this is from a statement from Mr. Cobb-Smith.
Yes,
If I could
right.
just invite you to read paragraph 40 for a moment.
Yes, I've read it.
Before I could even take a sip of water, Mr. Ledwidge.
There you go.
What he says there is right, isn't it? He's identified you as being the person most involved in this issue.
Oh, yes. That is correct. Chris is right.
And he's confirmed there that you didn't have time to engage in investigative activity and you were not told by your chain of command to follow up on such matters.
No, that is incorrect. He is clearly referring to his own role here, and I would agree with him. There was not time to follow up on individual cases. I would suspect there, and he would be right, that he is speaking about his own role. I would suspect there, you will have to ask him, is himself and, of course, Andy Lefevre, who was the other KLA liaison officer.
But what you said, I think, yesterday and then repeated to Mr. Strong this morning was that you didn't have the bandwidth to deal with much beyond the present.
I did not have the bandwidth to excavate command structures or historical events within the previous 6 months to the extent required by Mr. Kehoe, Your Honour. That is right.
You confirmed, I think, this morning that it wasn't part of your intention to excavate the command structures of the KLA from July 1998. I think those were your words.
Even if it had been, I had not the contacts nor the will on the part of the organisation who allegedly committed these crimes to do so.
No. Well, you weren't the person within the OSCE who was tasked with contact with the KLA, were you?
That is quite right. As I said, that was Andy Lefevre and Chris Cobb-Smith here.
And you were asked some questions about the KLA military structures in Rahovec, and your answer was it wasn't within your remit to try to find out what those were, correct?
I may have answered that. I think that approaches the truth, yes, to the extent that it was relevant and we were capable of doing so and might assist us in our primary task. But, of course, it was very difficult to penetrate an organisation so opaque and so unwilling to answer any questions concerning the disappearances of the summer and subsequent killings.
And if that follows for Rahovec, it's true also for the structure of the KLA in Malisheva in July 1998.
Objection, Foundation, Your Honour.
I'm sorry, overruled, you may answer.
Was the question that the question was?
You wouldn't have known, would you, the structure of the KLA units in Malisheva in July of 1998?
I don't recall knowing them.
And you didn't regard it as within your remit to find out about the KLA leadership?
I would have regarded it as my remit had there been any chance whatsoever of doing so, and I had either time and resources accorded to yourselves or to or more recently, but I did not have those resources, and nor had we the will, as I've repeated, on the part of our interlocutors in the KLA, and as Chris here has confirmed, to deal with that. In other words, the guys in the KL8 liaison team, as they've said, also had not the time to do that.
It's not intended as a personal criticism of you, Mr. Ledger.
It's not taken as such. I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're operating in an extremely difficult environment with certain limitations that come from that.
As I've said, I don't take it as a personal slight. I'm trying to answer your questions.
I'm grateful. You did know the name Jakub Krasniqi, didn't you? Because
Yes.
he was the spokesperson of the KLA.
Your Honour, I knew his name primarily because of his presence at Malyshevo, as recorded by the witnesses I interviewed. However, they told me he was the spokesman. I can't say I was aware that he was a spokesman before that. We were very new to this environment, and to be candid with you, well, as I'm trying to be in answering all questions, I don't remember whether I knew that before I was told it or after. I suspect after.
So there came a point when you understood that his role was as the spokesperson.
That would be correct, yes.
And we
Your Honour.
can't pin down when that was exactly.
Correct.
Before that time, you wouldn't have known his name or his role.
I may not have. I do not recall knowing his name or his role prior to being mentioned by the relatives.
But you've said in your statement, I think, that he was well known.
Yes.
And is that not because he was appearing in the media and in the news as the spokesperson?
I have no doubt that's the case. That certainly appeared to be the case after throughout the period I was there. Although I did not see his appearances on the television nor read them in the newspapers, I'm given to understand that those are things he did.
Nor have you met him, have you?
No, I have not. We did make efforts, of course, to do so through our chain of command, let's call it that. My information, as I recall it, was that meetings were either refused or non-productive. I think, but I can't recall now from my earlier statements whether my colleagues met him to discuss this matter. I suspect they did, but there was nothing forthcoming about from those meetings.
Well, can I go to deal with that straight away, please? Because as you've explained it in your statements, the OSCE was compartmentalised, correct? So that there were liaison officers at your level in Rahovec, and it was their job to try and contact the local KLA in Rahovec, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And those liaison people were the people you were in daily contact with because they were with you in Rahovec.
I wouldn't say daily contact. We saw them occasionally.
I see. So even with the liaison officers in your own area, you were meeting them occasionally?
Well, it's important to mention, Your Honour, I think, in answering your question, that within the obstinate, as I think it's called, of Prizren, or was called, there are several, sorry, I'll rephrase, within the region of Prizren, there are several obstinas, which are areas, one of which was Arahavats. I think Chris Cobb-Smith and Andy Lefebvre had regional remit. So they would visit each of the CCs, which were in the obstinas, or the major towns, as often as they could.
Could I ask both of you to speak at a much slower rate
Yes.
for the purposes of the court reporter?
Noted, Your Honour. That's my first strike. Okay. So the answer was, I think, that even with the liaison officers in your own area, your meetings with them weren't, I think, daily, correct?
Oh yes, that's correct. Yes.
And their job was to meet the local KLA, meaning the KLA structure in that area, not any form of higher structure, correct?
Witness, please pause as we've asked you.
Yeah. My understanding is that they would meet the regional commanders and those below, so the other officers, senior, as it were, and junior.
Quite. And so any contact with Mr. Krasniqi as the spokesperson for the KLA would be from Pristina, from the OSCE, correct?
That would be my understanding.
And you aren't personally aware of what contact or what meetings he may have had with them, correct?
I was made aware when our headquarters, I'll rephrase that, I would have been made aware when our headquarters staff met him. I do not recall being made aware on any specific occasion. I have a vague recollection, or a recollection, I mention it somewhere in one of my statements, but right now I can't say more than that.
So in terms of any comment you make about Mr. Krasnici's cooperation with the OSCE in Pristina, we're talking about a vague recollection of a conversation 25 years ago, correct?
Yes, some of my recollections 25 years ago, Your Honour, are quite vivid. I do recall this issue of contacting Mr. Krasniqi coming up on a regular basis with my senior team, which is the human rights team. Indeed, I will have pressed them on this regularly. They will have responded regularly because they were very good at keeping, at answering requests and liaising with us. My recollection is that, as I said earlier, I believe there were meetings, but that those meetings were not productive.
And when you talk about the human rights team in Pristina, is that Miss Ringard Pedersen?
Yes, and Sandra Mitchell, who was the director of our human rights department.
I see. Did you know that Mr. Krasniqi had meetings with the OSCE and with KDOM in Dragabil?
I recollect that, yes. Are we speaking now in December or November of '98?
I'm asking you generally whether you were aware
Yes.
of him having meetings there.
Yes.
I recall him having meetings with William Walker and others from OSCE in January '99.
I have a recollection of being told that and have no reason to doubt it.
I see. So the people to ask about the contents of those meetings would be someone other than yourself, correct?
Absolutely right.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions next about the notes from your interviews, which you were shown, I think, in the course of your preparation session, and then again by the prosecution in your direct evidence yesterday.
Of course.
Okay. Before that, can I just show you a passage from your second preparation note? And I think the reference is 114260 to 114272.
For the record, that's Exhibit P 233.
I'm sorry, I'm in the second preparation note. No matter. I can perhaps read you the section, Mr. Ledwidge.
Please.
It's simply this.
Sorry, if I can assist with that ERN of that the second preparation note, perhaps. It's 114249 to 114252.
Thank you. And is there also an ERN I should be using?
Pardon?
Oh, I was just checking whether there was an exhibit number I should be using, but I think we're good with 114249 as the ERN. And it's paragraph 3 of that I was going to ask you to have a look at.
Yes.
And it says there, when asked whether he had any other sources than the persons named in the document, witness 02153 stated that the interviews were the only source.
Yes, this goes to the question asked by your colleague, I suppose, concerning circular reporting. We were keen, or rather, yeah, I think it's fair to say we were keen that we would get each witness to give their own statement rather than consolidate their accounts.
And it's these 9 statements then, that 9 interview notes, that form the basis for the only source, as you put it, for what you've subsequently said.
No, I had hundreds of sources. These interviews here consolidate the evidence of each witness. So my knowledge is based on these statements and on 4 months or 3.5 months in the area, I suppose. I'm not clear what you mean. Perhaps I should have added there where the only source, perhaps it's misphrased. I'm not quite sure.
Perhaps if we could be more precise about what counsel means by what the witness subsequently said.
Well, what you're saying there is that your only source is the material recorded in those notes from those interviews with the 9 victims, witness.
The only source for what?
Well, when asked whether he had any other sources,
Yes. No,
the witness stated that the interviews were the only source.
Yeah, I would say that they are the primary source.
I see.
Yes, I mean, I didn't have access to those statements, for example, when I made previous to the statements of the relatives, when I made previous statements to this court and its predecessor.
Yes, that's what I was about to ask you next, because I think you were shown those for the first time in 20 years.
That's right.
At the weekend in your preparation session.
I think that's misphrased. I think I probably...
But at the time you were writing your statements to the ICTY and to this prosecution, you didn't have the interview notes in front of you.
I will say that, as I said earlier, that this, at the time the first statement was made to the ICTY, which would be in 2000, I did have electronic copies of some of the other documents. I can't remember which. But I will also say that this was and remains the most searing period of my life, and my recollections, even now, of much of these details are quite strong. Clearly, as you will no doubt appreciate, coloured by many years.
I see. And in the course of the interviews, you had a Serbian interpreter in the interview to assist you?
Yes.
And I think you said yesterday there might be 2 or 3 other staff with you.
We were concerned not to compromise, and this was a general organisation, or at least our regional practice, not to compromise people by close contact with any particular group of sources. I recall here there was a slightly different approach taken. I suspect in fact, I know the interpreter here, at least one of them, was closely involved with this process. In other words, she was a relative herself, but we did use other interpreters. I cannot recall which one or which of them took each statement right now.
No, of course. But
Gentlemen, both of you are instantaneously answering each other. We need to have a pause.
So in terms of the people in the room for each interview,
Yeah.
it would be yourself and one other interpreter who might be one of several interpreters from your pool, correct?
One of 2 or 3, yes.
I see. And were you the person taking handwritten notes of the interviews?
I suspect I was. I don't recall. That would be my general practice, yes.
And you haven't been shown the original handwritten notes in the course of preparing for any of your statements or interviews, correct?
These statements or interviews, you mean?
The ICTY statement and the statement you gave to the prosecution. Or indeed on Sunday in your preparation session.
I have a notebook, but the notebook begins, I think, around Christmas or perhaps slightly after. and does not contain, so far as I know, these particular statements. No.
So the answer is no, you haven't reviewed the handwritten notes?
That would be right.
I see. And who typed them up into the form that we see on...
I recall doing that with one particular interpreter in the CC in Arahavats. I recall who she is. Actually, to be candid with you, I cannot recall her name, but I remember her very well. And together we did that.
And given all the other tasks that you had going on at the time, I imagine the interview notes were not typed immediately, were they?
No, but it was a matter of some urgency. We did not, as I recall, take the statement contemporaneously. As I recall, we may well have done. We did have in the room, in fact, they may have been taken contemporaneously, now you mention it. Typed up then.
Well, your answer a moment ago was we did not, as I recall, take the statement contemporaneously.
Yes, my recollection about the detail is not strong. However, I do recall typing up these, or rather my associate typing up these statements, and I sitting next to her on a computer.
I see.
Now, whether that was in the presence of one of our interlocutors, to be candid, I cannot recall. I cannot recall.
Fair enough. 25 years have passed.
Yes,
haven't they?
but
How long do you recall the interviews taking with each of these people?
as long as required to obtain the information. So, to be specific, I would say each person in excess of an hour.
Because I noticed that looking at the dates on the documents, it seems that 5 interviews took place on the 4th of January 1999. Yes. Is that right?
If it says so, yes.
So you're saying 5 hours interviewing through an interpreter on that day?
It may well be, perhaps you can remind me, that those were the interviewees who were asked to assemble at the church in Veliko Hocha. And that was a full day's activity, or as near as you can imagine. Perhaps it was 3 hours, perhaps 8. It was a day's task.
And there's no record, is there, of how long each individual interview took?
Well, as you pointed out earlier, this was not a criminal investigation. This was for the purpose of trying to determine the whereabouts of these people. Therefore, the niceties and formalities of legal process, sadly, did not come first in our priorities at that time in the war.
And I'll read to you another part, I think, from the same preparation note. You were asked by the prosecution whether the person interviewed had a chance to review these statements. And your response was, you assume that would have been your practice, but you do not remember.
That would be right.
Yeah. It's 25 years ago. You don't remember one way or another, correct?
On that particular point, as you say.
But you would accept, wouldn't you, that when a person reviews a statement, it's good practice to get them to sign it or initial it or make some mark to confirm that they agree it's accurate?
I repeat my answer to your penultimate question, which was that the niceties of legal process did not come first in our minds in those circumstances. In a cold winter's night during a war, in a priest's house, beset by emotional relatives who had lost relatives and would never find them again, I should have taken more care to satisfy the usual requirements of statement taking. But the exigencies of the circumstances prevailed, I suspect.
Because you know, don't you, that none of these statements have a signature, an initial, or any handwritten confirmation?
I know that, yes, Your Honour.
Yes.
They are electronic copies.
and indeed these notes are the only written record of any contact that you had with these individuals?
That I possess now, yes.
And you said yesterday that the way in which these statements came about was that there came a time when you decided to formalise their accounts for the purpose of reporting and assisting yourselves with the inquiry.
Right.
So that's the thought process that led to these interview notes statements being recorded, correct?
I think that's a fair summary.
And when formalising their accounts, you would want to have included all the important information they'd given you, correct?
Yes.
Now, we heard the prosecution read in your summary yesterday that there were two people who told you that Jakub Kuznici was present at the detention centre in Malisheva, and those two people were Snezana and Krunislava, or Slavka Baljosevic, correct?
That seems to be the record, yes. I would suspect if anybody else had seen those characters, it would be recorded. And I cannot recall whether it is, but those are the two who are particularly adamant on the issue.
Well, we've got the records of your 9 interviews, and there is no other reference to Mr. Kuznici there.
So be it.
And you don't mention in your statements taking any steps to verify that identification of Mr. Kuznici. That's right, isn't it?
Mrs. Baljosevic, or Mrs. both Mrs. Baljoseviches were adamant and very clear as to the identity of the individual.
I see. Well, you've practiced, haven't
As
you?
you said, if I might, this was a if what you say is correct, this was a well-known individual in any event. So I suspect they would know him, and most people knew him as the spokesman for the KLA, and I would suspect, but cannot recall, that is why they knew him.
Well, my question was, you didn't verify that. And when you say you suspect,
how would one do that?
I'm sorry, I was asking the question,
yes.
Witness. My question was, you didn't verify that. And when you say you would suspect, that's something that you're adding now, 25 years later. That's not a verification at the time, is it?
My question to you to elicit a reasonable answer is what procedures would you suggest that one use in such circumstances, Mr. Ellis?
Well, the starting point is you would take a detailed description, wouldn't you, of the man that they said was Jakub Kuznici?
Those facilities were not available at that time in the exigencies of the moment. And as you see, Mr., if you will allow me to finish, the purpose of these proceedings that I was conducting at the time, or these statements, let us say, were not to be litigated in a criminal court some 25 years later or at any point. They were to inform ourselves as to what had happened. I had no denial, by the way, and have not until this very moment, that Mr. Kuznici was there. There was, as far as I'm aware, no dispute about that in any event. But to repeat and to be concise about it, the purpose of these statements was to inform ourselves for the purpose of trying to determine the fate of people we now know are dead and buried, but did not know at that time. In early January, it was beginning to dawn upon us to continue and to expand upon the answer to your question, about which I am aware. We were not yet certain by any means that these people were dead. Right. So the purpose was to try and find them.
Right. Let me deal with a number of points in that answer. The first is, you say I've had no denial, by the way, and not until this very moment that Mr. Kuznici was there. Now, it's correct, isn't it, that you had no contact with Mr. Kuznici, either during or after the war?
That is correct.
So when you say you've had no denial, you haven't ever put this to him to give him the chance to deny it, have you, sir?
I haven't. I did not have that opportunity, no.
No.
I know the pleasure of what I believe is a very learned and impressive individual and his conversation. I mean that sincerely. But by the way, I would also remind Your Honour that the statement did indicate that Mr. Krasniqi treated the two informants well, and they were impressed with him.
The other point that I wanted to come back on is just this. Did you take a detailed description of the man they said was Jakub Krasniqi, yes or no?
No.
And when you say you didn't have the exigencies at the time, that would have been the matter of what? A few more questions at the end of your interview with them?
Well, if your assertion that I was in some way derelict in my duties, then I must concede to that. But I would plead in extenuation and mitigation the circumstances, which were somewhat confined.
Yes, of course. And again, it's not a personal criticism.
Well, it certainly appears that way.
Well, I'm sorry if it appears that way. We all understand very well the circumstances in which you were operating.
I do hope so. And by the way, I might add, never mind my circumstances, but the circumstances of the victims themselves and their relatives.
Well, we'll come to
who
those.
were distressed.
We'll come to those as well in a moment, Mr. Ledridge. But
Yes.
the point is, isn't it, as a former criminal barrister, you were practicing, I think, for a number of years before
Yes, I
going on
was.
tour in
Yes,
Bosnia.
yes. And I'm going to repeat my answer to you that I just made. If this is a personal criticism, that I did not take statements concerning identifications, which I have no reason to doubt, then I would have to concede that, and I will not say any more about it than that.
Now, you prosecuted and defended cases, I believe, in the British Criminal Court?
As you well know, yes.
No doubt you'd have been aware of the problems encountered with identification evidence in criminal trials, Mr. Ledridge.
I repeat my answer with some firmness that we were not preparing this as a case to be litigated in this or any other court.
And as a result of that, it wasn't within your remit to carry out investigations of the truth of the identification. Correct?
I don't understand that question. The remit of my investigations was to locate the missing, who we were fairly, or had some reason to believe were alive or may be alive, or some may be alive at that time. That was our remit.
So you get the information from the victims, and there it stops. You don't do any investigation to see if there are any facts to show that Jakub Krasniqi was or was not there.
Oh, on the contrary. These statements, I believe, which is why you have them, were passed up through the chain to OSCE headquarters, who were amply aware of Mr. Krasniqi's alleged involvement in this matter. And that goes back to the start of your cross-examination, where we discussed first whether or not he was there in the first place, and the degree to which senior OSCE officials may or may not have contacted him. One of the reasons they would, or at least the Human Rights Department would be keen to contact him, and did, was because of these very assertions made by the relatives in situation of some emotion.
Yes, and situations of some emotion are one of the things that can affect the validity. You're smiling because you know it's right, don't you, that situations of emotion can affect the quality of an identification.
I have no doubt they did not affect the quality here, because as you yourself have asserted, Mr. Krasniqi was a well-known individual and they recognised him. More than that, I cannot say. There may have been someone who looked like Mr. Krasniqi or some other possibility. I was not there at the time. However, they were, and they were adamant. And furthermore, they had conversations with the man.
We're going to come to the detail of that in a moment, Mr. Ledridge. But let me just be clear. In your interview with Snezana Baljosevic, what you said in your preparation note was that it was extremely difficult for her, for understandable reasons. She appeared very emotional and upset by comparison to the others. That being, I think, a comparison to the others that you interviewed in those days. That's right, isn't it?
That's what I wrote.
And you also wrote in relation to Slavka Baljosevic that she too was extremely upset, emotional and bitter. That's what you wrote, isn't it?
It's there, yes.
Right, can we have on screen, please, the interview notes, which are SPOE 40010571. I think they were marked for identification, so there may be an exhibit number. P25, P235. Now, this first statement that we have on screen is in relation, I think, to the cases of Dusko Dolosevic and George Baljosevic. Your pronunciation will be much better than mine, I'm sure,
Yes.
Mr. Ledridge, but that's one of the statements that you took, correct?
Yes.
And it deals with the kidnapping of these two individuals after they had gone to term event to finish a job.
Indeed.
And if we move through the pages to page 575, to the bottom of that page, please, this is where the statement of Snezana Baljosevic starts.
Yes.
And in paragraph 1 there, she describes there being 5 people in the vehicle, I think. Sasha Baljosevic, so you may not be able to read all of that in the English. Could it be moved slightly further across, please? Court officer? Sorry, back to the previous page. It was just the right-hand side wasn't visible at the bottom. It's paragraph 2, I'm sorry. She says that there was herself, her baby, her mother-in-law, and the people that she's identifying there are 5 people. Herself, Krinislava Baljosevic, father-in-law, Sasha Baljosevic, and the baby, 5 people.
Yes. Seems so.
Could we go to your ICTY statement, please, which is P232? Bottom of page 8, please. You say there, dealing with, I think, one of the Baljoseviches, that she was returning from holiday with Sasha, Tomislav, and George.
Yeah.
That's a mistake, isn't it? You've added George Baljosevic, who was involved in an entirely separate incident.
It does seem so, yes.
Okay. Well, while we have that statement open, could we go to page 14, please? Now we've got a section titled Jakub Krasniqi, and you've said there that Slavka Baljosevic stated that he was the first person that she met when she arrived at the detention facility.
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Could we go back to the other document, please, the Exhibit 235? And it's the page ending 576. I'm sorry, I'm just going to try and find it in my notes a moment. I'm sorry, it's 577, the page number. If I've got the reference right this time, Mr. Ledridge, you'll see the statement of Slavka Baljosevic,
Yeah.
correct? And the passage I invite you to have a look at is paragraph 4.
Mhm.
And what you'll see there is that she says, we were immediately presented to Jakub Hoti, who was the main UCK man in Malisheva.
Yeah.
So now that you've seen that original again, there's a mix-up in your ICTY statement, isn't there? Because you say the first person she was presented to was Jakub Kuznici, but her statement to you was Jakub Hoti.
That seems so.
It's an easy mistake to make, isn't it, with two similar names?
What? Hoti, sorry, was that a facetious question or an actual question? Hoti and Krasniqi? No, the reason
both
is...
called Jakub, witness.
Yes. To be honest, to me, they would be Hoti and Krasniqi. But if I might anticipate a point, if I may, Your Honour, the first statement, the ICTY, was made, as I recall, without reference to these statements, whereas, of course, you have the recent statement in front of you here, and I would suggest that's probably more likely to be correct. I'm sure you would concede that. And that's what I would say to you.
Yes, you would accept that there could be mistakes in your ICTY statement because you're only remembering what you've recorded close contemporaneously in these notes, correct?
Yes, but I suspect it's not because they're both called Jakub. In fact, until this moment, I hadn't actually noticed that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Would you mind repeating?
It's not because they're both called Jakub, Mr. Ellis. It's because of a failure of memory, I suspect, on my part.
I see. Well, we can come back to that, but looking down the rest of this page, there's no other mention of Jakub Kuznici in that document, is there?
If you say so, I can't see one.
No. And if Slavka Baljosevic had mentioned Jakub Kuznici to you, when you were formalising the statements, you would have put that in, wouldn't you?
Is it on the next page?
Oh, can we see the next page?
Yes, that seems to be the case.
Yes. There's no record at the time, is there, saying that she told you that Jakub Kuznici was there, witness?
That seems to be the case, Mr. Ellis, yes.
Right. Now, if we could go on then to, go back in the document to page 574. I'm sorry, that reference isn't right. It's to the statement from Snezana Baljosevic, and I'll find it in my paper copy. It begins on 575. It's at the very bottom of 575. And what you've recorded there at the very bottom of the page, very end of paragraph 3, the family friend who was with the UCK, known to me as Hoti, told me that the commandant was Jakub, and then if we could move the page.
Krasniqi.
Krasniqi.
Yeah.
So what that's recording, isn't it, is not that she saw him, but that she was told by another that Jakub Krasniqi.
That seems to be the case, yes.
And there's no other reference in that. Well, perhaps to be clear, the reference to Hoti must be to Jakub Hoti, who we saw referred to in the other statement, yes?
Well, in this statement or in the other statement?
In the other statement. Is there another Houthi that you're saying could be involved?
I don't know. I can't say.
I see. I see.
I don't recall there being, as I said before, I don't recall there being any denial previous to today that Mr. Krasniqi was there, but I'm looking at the statements that I took.
And I think I put it to you
And
last
I cannot
time.
recall if there were, or I cannot recall who else may have told me or did tell me that Mr. Krasniqi was there. I do recall speaking about it to Colonel Petrovich. I made a note of that in my notebook in mid-March, who told me, I think, and we'd have to look at the notebook, that Mr. Krasniqi made statements from Malyshevo, so we were pretty conscious or cognizant that, let's say, that Mr. Krasniqi was there, but it seems that these statements do not necessarily support that.
No, the statements that you wrote at the time don't support that, do they, Mr. Ledwidge?
It seems, from what you have said, that is the case.
And you haven't said in either of your previous statements that Colonel, is it Petrovich, told
Petrovich.
you? Petrovich, I
Yeah.
apologise. You haven't said in any of your previous statements, Colonel Petrovich told me that Jakub Krasniqi was there, correct?
That is right. However, I did review my notebook over the weekend and saw that and took a short note on it. But that's the only other reference that I can recall to Mr. Krasniqi being there in any of my written notes. So we're referring here to written notes. And my memory is pretty clear that Mr. Krasniqi, there was no dispute that he was there, but there is no record of that on these particular statements.
Well, you say no dispute that he was there, but again, you've never put this to anybody in the KLA directly, have you?
No, but this was the constant rationale behind, for the purposes of the Orahovats people, the constant purpose behind our requests to my management or directors that they speak to Mr. Krasniqi about this. I think it was commonly thought amongst the Orahovachki people that he was there. As I said, there were many sources for this, and I can't recall who they are. And that's the best I can do for you, Mr. Ellis.
Well, so you're coming here to a criminal trial to say that there are other sources who say this, but you can't recall.
That is correct. That's the best I can do.
Object to that. This is argumentative. There's no value in that question.
Sustained.
And Colonel Petrovich is the torturer that you referred to earlier, correct?
Colonel Petrovich was the commander of the deputy commander, I think, of the police force in Prizren. And yes, there's no doubt at all that he had either condoned or engaged in those practices.
And he admitted that to you, saying that there was blood on the walls?
Yes, that was in connection with other matters, but yes, that's right.
And
also, by the way, Mr. Ellis, from my notes, blood on the walls, as in handwritten notes from my notebook, from the same conversation as I recall. Although I'd have to have another look at my notebook. If you would like me to do that, I might be able to do it.
Now, this is happening in a context when you're aware, aren't you, that the Serbian side were trying to use these events for certain propaganda purposes of their own, correct? I think that was the answers you gave to Mr. Strong before the break.
They were using the fact of the missing, yes, as a provocation. That's correct.
And there would be a value to the Serbian side in trying to link the spokesperson of the KLA to those events.
Yes.
Yes.
However, I don't think that. The Serbians made no, as I recall, the Serbian government made no issue of that. I wouldn't necessarily know if they had, but I don't recall them making a particular issue of his presence there. The issue arose amongst the Uravchani, the Orahovats relatives, and to the extent that it existed.
And when you weren't yourself following the Albanian media at the time,
No,
correct?
I was not.
So you're not aware of when any public statements would have been made by Mr.
No.
Kuznici, correct?
Correct.
You're not able to direct us to any in the period 17th to the 26th of July, which is when these detentions, you say, took place.
I'm repeating myself. I did not, and do not follow Albanian media on these matters.
Quite. And we still have the statement on screen, I think. And if you could look at paragraph 6, it ends by saying Hoti was there, and indeed he said that when the commander Kuznici went to Albania, he himself would release the rest of the prisoners.
Yes.
Correct? And not doing any follow-up, you wouldn't have investigated whether Jakub Kuznici went to Albania in July of '98, correct?
I would not have been able to do that.
No. Or if he didn't
For the
go-
reasons I've outlined many times, that the KLA were not cooperative with us
Well, I'm going to put it to
in
you,
this
he-
respect.
He did not go to Albania in the July of 1998, sir. And that would be one reason to suggest that this identification is flawed. Now, these two interviews, I think, take place on the 28th of December and the 9th of January, correct?
It seems so from the yes.
I see.
It seems so from dates on it. Yeah,
And the two individuals are closely related, aren't they? Mother and daughter-in-law.
correct.
Very likely, isn't it, that between the 5 months since the events happened to the time when you interviewed them, they've spoken about it amongst themselves.
Yeah,
And perhaps even between your interviews, they would have spoken about it between themselves, no?
it may be so.
Let's see. Now, the following day after they arrived in Malisheva, after the Baljosevics, Jakub Hoti brought the Lukic family into the room where Snezana and Slavko Baljosevic were, didn't he?
Is that in a statement?
Well, do you recall the Lukic family being detained with the Baljosevic sisters, or you recall
I have
them
a
being on their
vague
own?
recollection reading something recently. It's a vague recollection.
I see. You interviewed Jovan Lukic,
Yes.
didn't you? And we'll see his interview towards the end of this document, I think beginning at page 578. He, I think, told you that he was taken to Malisheva but was held separately from the other members of his family with the men in the group, correct?
So it seems.
And there's no mention in his statement of a Jakub Kuznici, correct?
So it seems.
And we don't have any notes of any interviews with the other members of the Lukic family. Is that because you didn't speak to them?
That's right. I recall Mr. Lukic, who lived. They may not be the same family. I'm not aware that they are. They certainly didn't approach us. Indeed, Mr. Lukic did not approach us. I have a vague record. I visited him at his house. I recall him being alone there, but that's all I can say at this distance in time.
Now, did you know that in 2006, Krunoslava Baljosevic was given a photo board of identification pictures and was unable to pick out Jakub Kuznici?
I have not followed this case at all since I left, save for one particular individual who was not those.
No. Well, if I can take you through it if it would assist. If we could have on screen SPOE 00194-018 at the 4th page. I'm sorry, if we could go on to the next page. You can see this is a list of the photos that were shown, and you see Jakub Kuznici photos 5, 7 and 14. You see that on your screen?
Yes.
Could we then go to SPOE 00194-062 to SPOE 00194-084, red 3? You can probably see there on the page whilst it's loading that this is an interview with the witness Krunislava Baljosevic, yes?
Yeah.
Could we go to page SPOE 00194-081? I'll just take you through this quickly. We'll need to go on to something on this page and something on the next page. But photograph 5, the answer is I don't know. Photograph 7, I don't know the name, I don't know anything. And on the next page, photo 14, nothing.
Yes.
Is the answer. So, as you've confirmed, you wouldn't have known when preparing your evidence that Krunislava Baljosevic had been unable to identify Mr. Kuznici in 2006.
I can only give my own evidence. I'm not sure it would have made a difference one way or the other, but I knew nothing of this.
No. Were you aware that she had also given a statement to the Department of Internal Affairs in Rahabec before she spoke to you?
No.
Could we have that on screen? It's U0005328.
Objection, Your Honour. The witness has no knowledge of that statement, and I'm not sure what the purpose of these questions is.
Overruled at this time. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you can see there on the right side of the screen, it's the statement of the 31st of September 1998, Krunislava Baljosevic.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to take the time to read it all through, but I can tell you there's no reference to Jakub Kuznici in that document.
I accept that. I must admit that had I known of the existence of this document, it would have made my job slightly easier at the time, which was, there you are, the Serbians were not helping us either.
Quite. We can take that down, thank you. Now, you are aware, I imagine, that Kuznici is a very common surname in Kosovo and in the Maleševa area in particular, sir.
Indeed so.
And I think you've confirmed already that you weren't aware of the structure of the KLA in Maleševa as it stood in the July of 1998.
That is correct.
So you wouldn't be able to give factual evidence about the chain of command in that place at that time,
We
correct?
discussed that extensively yesterday.
I see.
That is correct.
And I think despite you say trying to do so, you weren't able to speak to Mr. Jakub Hoti, the other person that you've mentioned, correct?
Nor any other of the principals except Thaçi, Sabahuddin Sena, and several others after the entry of K4.
Could we go into private session for a moment, Your Honours, for the protection of a witness?
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
I'm grateful. If we could have next on screen SPOE 001961338, which I'm sure by now has a P number. I apologise to the court officer. 247, I think. You were discussing this document, I think, with Mr. Strong earlier this morning.
Yes.
This is the report, I think, signed in Mr. MacLeod's name at the end, but you confirmed that, at the very least, parts of it were drafted by yourself, correct?
Yes, I would think most of it.
Could I take you to the final page, please? And the paragraph I'm interested in is point 5.
Yeah.
If you're able to read it, your eyesight is better than mine. But the point I'm looking at says, this is a summary of the current information, summary of what current information leads the CC to believe has happened.
Yeah.
Jakub Hoti was a senior officer at the facility in Malisheva. There may have been a Jakub Krasniqi, also in a command position.
Right.
Expressing certainty about Mr. Hoti and something else about the presence of a Jakub Krasniqi, sir.
That is so.
And you had been provided, hadn't you, with various lists of suspects by the Serbian authorities, which you attached, I think, to your ICTY statement.
Yes.
Correct? None of those lists of suspects gives the name Jakub Krasniqi, does it, sir?
I can't recall if you say that's the case. I didn't attach too much importance to them at the time, because as I said to you many times, my purpose was not the condemning of individuals, but the location of the missing, now dead.
Quite. And there's just one final thing that I wanted to put to you in terms of documents, and it's DJK 00206. And it's at page DJK 00216. So document 206 at page 216. Were you aware that the information you had gathered and various other evidence was reviewed by UNMIC in 2006, Mr. Ledbridge?
I haven't seen this document before.
Well,
The answer is no.
I just want to take you to one very specific part of it. It's page 216. Now, I just want to read you a section there that says, the fact that Snezana, by this point, a description had been provided by Snezana of the man she described as Mr. Krasniqi.
Yes.
And this is the reviewing officer saying, the fact that Snezana described Krasniqi as being 40 and having black hair makes it somewhat unlikely that she met Jakub Krasniqi, who was closer to being 50 at the time of the war, with greying hair. It's more likely, in my view, that Snezana encountered either Gani Krasniqi, although he was also nearly 50 at the time, or Skender Krasniqi, who was almost exactly 40 years old, and who we saw in the photograph a moment ago had black hair at the time.
Yeah.
Witness. You wouldn't have been aware of that evidence or that review previously, would you?
First time I've seen it.
Quite. So, witness, I'm going to put my case to you directly, sir. Jakub Krasniqi was not in the detention facility in Malyshev from the dates you've given from 17th to 26th of July 1998, nor indeed was he ever in a KLA detention site, sir. And what you've given in your statements is your opinion, isn't it? Because you weren't there in July 1998, correct?
Derived from statements of witnesses and what I'd heard, yes.
Yes, it's your opinion derived from what you were told by Krunislava and Snezana Baljosevic.
And to be
correct?
fair, I think in the circumstances, the common impression of the town, yes.
Well,
As I said, there were dozens of people I spoke to.
there were dozens of people that you spoke to,
Yeah.
but you haven't identified any other as saying that Jakub Krasniqi was there at the time.
No, that's
so-
correct.
And given the time and the resources, you didn't have the capacity to carry out a criminal investigation, nor was that your remit into whether Mr. Krasniqi was there or not.
As I've said many times, our purpose was to identify people who might be able to tell us where the kidnapped, now murdered, reside or lie.
And that's why, as you said earlier, you were taking statements from relatives based on facts or what they felt to be facts.
That is correct.
That's what you were doing.
Yes.
And you've never spoken to Mr. Krasniqi to hear his side of the story, have you?
No.
And
I understand he's a very brave man, and it would be an honour to meet him, but I doubt we ever will.
And you've already confirmed, I think, you didn't know the command structure in the KLA in Malasheva.
Well, objection, Your Honour. There's a series of questions now that the witness has already answered.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You've already confirmed you didn't know the command structure of the KLA in Malasheva in July 1998, witness.
I have.
If I may, just a moment, Your Honour. Witness, I'm coming towards the end of the questions now. But earlier when I was asking you questions, I put it to you whether it was easy to make a mistake between two similar names. And your response was, to be honest, to me they would be Hoti and Krasniqi. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And you also said in answer to a question that the statements you received indicate that Mr. Krasniqi treated the two informants well and they were impressed with him, correct?
Yes, that was my impression throughout the discussions with the people in Arahavat. Yes, there was no complaint from anybody about Mr. Krasniqi's demeanour, as I recall.
I see. But one thing that your ICTY statement says is that both say in the circumstances Hoti treated them well.
Yes.
So are we not confusing between Krasniqi's and Hoti's again, witness?
I never heard any complaint about Mr. Krasniqi. The rest, yeah.
Could I just show you that passage in the ICTY statement? It's 01...
Well, I accept what you say, but more than that I cannot say. It's a long time ago now, but my recollection is that Mr. Krasniqi was highly regarded by most people in the town.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
No, Your Honour.
Mr. Laws, anything?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, witness. I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Your Honour, yes.
Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon to you.
I have only a few questions for you, and I would like to apologize in advance that the answers you may give might contain opinions or rather conclusions, but as the presiding judge told counsel for Mr. Thaçi, yesterday it's sometimes difficult to distinguish facts from opinions. So my questions are the following. Mr. Ledwidge, in your first ICTY statement from November 2000, this would be, for the record, P232 on page 7, or 010685157, you talked about the Orahovac kidnappings, in summer 1998. And you mentioned in this context that the KLA occupied Orahovac town on 17 July 1998, and that 2 days later, or around 19 July 1998, the Serbian forces began a counterattack with armor and artillery, making no distinction between combatant KLA and non-combatant Kosovar Albanians during this assault. And you also told the ICTY that there was no evidence that the KLA put forward any resistance, and that one person told you that they just ran away and left us to face the consequences. And I believe this last part was already read to you by Mr. Kehoe in his cross-examination yesterday. So first of all, Mr. Ledwidge, do you recall saying that to the ICTY, the part I just read?
That the KLA, I've no doubt I did, and that was my impression and remains it.
Thank you. My questions are about the next paragraph, where you reported that according to your knowledge at the time, about 150 Albanian civilians, or as you said yesterday, perhaps more, were killed in this attack, and that you believed the latter may have had some bearing on what happened to the Serb kidnapped victims from the area.
Sorry, Your Honor, what letter?
The letter, the killing of about 150 Albanians. But this would be my question for you.
Yes.
Maybe I can first ask you that question. Mr. Ledwidge, my first question is, could you please explain what you meant when you said the killing of 150 or more Albanian civilians in Orahovac may have had some bearing?
Yes. We discussed earlier in the day, Your Honor, the issue of revenge. And the one hypothesis that the townspeople had, and indeed sounds to me quite reasonable, or a reasonable hypothesis, is that the missing may have been taken A, as to offer in exchange for Kosovan prisoners, or B, or both, secondly and additionally, were killed as an act of vengeance for the murders committed by Serbian forces on, in the early 21st, 22nd, 19th to 21st, wasn't it, of the Serbian attack. So that the idea was that they were either initially taken for exchange and then killed for revenge.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the basis for your conclusion or your belief was conversations you had with townspeople, is that right, from Orahovac?
That would be right.
Thank you. And this brings me to my last questions already. Mr. Ledwidge, during your time in Kosovo in 1998 and later again in 1999, did you ever hear the term collaborator or collaborators, and if so, in what context?
I'm almost certain I will have done. It will have been in the context of kidnappings that took place in early 99. From memory, initially, I think there was Elshani and Morani, and then, of course, Mr. Jafici later on in our tenure there in March, as I recall, without access to my statements. I would have heard, I'm certain that I would have been told at some point by some people that they were collaborators. I was also aware in the town that there was a certain party who regarded the Rugova faction and the Bukoshi faction, as I recall them, as being either collaborators or traitors in some form. More than that, I cannot say.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Judge Mitro?
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the time when you were tasked with investigating the fate of the missing, and I think you placed it starting at the beginning of January of 1999. The first thing I want to ask you is which sources did you go to, did you try to reach out to in order to try to fulfill that mandate?
The primary target would have been clearly KLA sources who would know the fate of these people. We were obstructed at every level concerning that. Obviously, there was interviewing of witnesses. There were even times when we would physically search areas, although that was before I was appointed. We then adopted a strategy or approach of uniting the Serbian or ethnic Serbian, Albanian, Romani, and missing in one list, and to consolidate that list. And so we felt that rather than try and delve into matters that would involve war crimes, to take a more neutral approach and focus on where these, as I said before, where these people might be or their bodies. We were fairly certain from February onwards that they were dead. We did not inform the relatives of that because we had no evidence for it, really. But in discussions with Albanian interlocutors and Serbian interlocutors, we attempted to arrange some form of exchange of information. We set up, as I say in one of the statements, a little committee of people we trusted and with whom we had good relationships, who would have access, or we thought might have access to some of this information. So that was the approach we adopted really from as soon as we realized most of these people were dead. And this began to bear fruit in March, early March, when I was approached, as I indicated before, by someone I believe to be a Serbian intelligence officer, who was the deputy commander of prison and police, with whom I met, had a long meeting at least once, and a meeting I have detailed notes of, and where all this was discussed very bluntly. So we moved across from trying to deal with, and failing completely, KLA sources to first trying to get cooperation between the two sides, and get as I would now call it, civil society work together. And then there was a lot of hope. I would have attached a lot of hope to the involvement we had with this particular individual. And the reason for that is that he, let's call it a gesture of good faith, presented us with dozens, I think 52 files of indicating the fate and locations of Albanian victims of the murders outlined by your learned colleague, or rather mentioned by your learned colleague on July 19th to 21st. So those files consisted of photographs. As I recall it, there were circumstances of death and basic forensic detail, and locations of the graves. We were not allowed to keep those. And the next stage was these would be exchanged, perhaps a quixotic, but it's the best we had, a quixotic hope, it's the best we had. They would be exchanged with the KLA with no penal or criminal liability being mentioned of any kind at that stage. The idea was to just find where these people were buried. So those are the strategies we adopted. So in default of the KLA, we used civil society, as I would call it now, and then we moved then into what looked to be the possibility of what would amount to a body exchange. But that was at a very early stage when we were forced to leave.
And during your time performing these functions, did you also receive what I will call actionable information from members of the KLA as to where these missing persons might be?
No.
And to the extent you have had contacts, or maybe some of your colleagues might have had contacts with members of the KLA in relation to this matter, were you ever told yourself or your colleagues, to the extent you know, that the persons you reached out to were not competent or responsible, to take care of these matters? In other words, were you ever told, go somewhere else to make these inquiries, I'm not responsible for it?
Yes. I met a commander known as Drini, who was held in high regard by my colleagues in, as I recall it, late 99, in the office of a colleague, perhaps even the head of region. It's a coincidental meeting, and he seemed to know who I was when we were introduced. And Commander Drini, whose real name I think is Recep, somebody will remind me. Anyway, Commander Drini said to me, you're the guy looking for the missing. And I said, yes. He said, you should be paying more attention to Albanian missing. I said, we paid as much attention to Albanian missing as Serbians. We drew no distinction, which is the case. And he said, as I recall it, you should be speaking to Thaçi, who is Sena. We discussed him during the course of yesterday, Sabahuddin Sena. And that's what he said. Unfortunately, Commander Drini was murdered some months later. That's the only time I was referred by KLA authorities that I can recall. I may have had discussions with one person who was named by the Serbians about it, who denied all knowledge. In fact, I did have such discussions halfway through 99, but that came to nothing.
I'm grateful, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Mr. Ledwidge, you've been very clear in your evidence that you consider that the statements that you took in late December 1998 and January 1999, you weren't taking them in the context of a criminal investigation, you said?
Absolutely not.
Now, did you anticipate at the time of taking them that they might be used by the ICTY?
No, not really. That was way beyond my remit. The first time the ICTY was mentioned in any context that I can recall, and this is against the background of, but I was more than conscious of the ICTY since I had worked on operations in Bosnia connected with them. But the first time, as I remember, ICTY was mentioned was in connection with an evening we were detained, and I mentioned it to a particular Serbian commander. When I met Colonel Petrovic, he asked had I authority to deal with the ICTY. This would be in early to mid-March. I went to my colleagues in Pristina and asked, did we have such authority? And I was told yes. And it may have been partly on that basis that Colonel Petrovic agreed to cooperate with us. But as I say, that cooperation ended very quickly, and we were rendered persona non grata.
All right. I just want to turn back to those statements that you took in December 98 and January 99. In your ICTY witness statement of the 10th of November 2000, you said, I took statements from all of those released from KLA captivity that I could find. These were passed on through the KVM chain and should be in the files.
Yes.
However, I may be able to locate my own electronic copies. If so, I will pass them on to the tribunal as soon as possible. So presumably at that point, you did intend for those statements to be used by the ICTY as part of their investigation.
At the time they were taken?
No, at the time that you gave them
to
the ICTY investigator.
I didn't give them. I never found them.
Right. So insofar as there was an intention for these statements to be used in criminal proceedings, that intention came when you were dealing with the ICTY investigator.
Yes.
Okay, now I just want to follow up by clarifying a paragraph in the report as seen, as told. When you took those statements, did you understand that you were compiling them in order to be used in the report that became as seen, as told?
No. As seen, as told arose after the NATO actions started. It was conceived as a unique and pioneering record of human rights abuses. When we went to Albania, which is to say, again, obviously after the bombing, OSCE deployed to Albania and Macedonia. There was an OSCE operation there, which I was part of, to take initial statements, not signed or attested, but just information which would assist the ICTY in prosecuting events such as Selina, Bela Crkva, Pustošelo, or Ahavac, and other such crimes, alleged crimes. So that report was part of this overall effort to record the thousands of abuses of human rights, mostly committed by Serbian authorities, but also by KLA and others. And as I recall it, that idea came up in the middle of '99.
Right. Now, there's a reference in As Seen, As Told on a page which bears the number SPOE 00198140. And it says, quote, as it had done when deployed inside Kosovo, see above, when collecting data in Albania and the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia following its evacuation, the OSCE KVM Human Rights Division implemented strict security and confidentiality safeguards. At the end of every interview with a refugee, the interviewee was asked if he/she would allow the information to be passed on to the ICTY, close quote. So my question is this, was that practice in place at the time that you did your interviews in December 98 and January 99?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely?
Not, no, sir.
Right. Now, you've alluded earlier to the part of your November 2000 ICTY statement about your conversations with Colonel Petrovic.
Yes.
Yesterday, Defence Counsel suggested that, quote, at least some of the information that was being gathered by you, in essence, was being done so as to further some investigation, end quote. I just want to give you an opportunity to give observations on that assertion by Defence Counsel.
I'm afraid, Your Honour, I don't quite follow.
The assertion by Defence Counsel, when we look at that part of your statement, is that Colonel Petrovic said, according to you, he led you to believe that there was a great deal more information available if he were to obtain the necessary clearance to disclose it. We arranged to meet again for additional discussions. And then later on, you say that you passed an offer to meet Colonel Petrovic together with the chef de cabinet of the OSCE in Kosovo to discuss the information that he may have been prepared to provide. And you go on to say that no reply was received. I think the point that Defence Counsel is trying to make is that it appears that you may have been in some way authorized or under some kind of instruction to carry out an investigation when you were speaking to Petrovic.
I wanted to, my purpose, which was passed through the OSCE chain of command, was to try and round off, if I can put it so, in such a cavalier manner, round off the investigations we had begun back in November to try and determine where all these people were. We were unsuccessful in that. It went nowhere. That was my purpose at the time.
So were you or were you not acting at the instigation of the ICTY, for example?
No. I'm pretty sure we were not.
Right. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Ledwidge.
Judge Barta has another question.
Apologize. Very briefly, Mr. Ledwidge, one question in order to complete your testimony. In response to my question on the term collaborator, you said, according to the transcript, that you were aware in town that there was a certain party who regarded the Rugova faction and the Bukoshi faction as being either collaborators or traitors in some form. Can you remember which party that was?
The LDK. Yeah. So, for example, we would always be told, oh, that's not quite right. So some of our interlocutors would be identified in a not unpleasant way as LDK supporters, or people who were of that line of thinking. In other words, were not necessarily in favour of the way the KLA were doing things. So almost all our interlocutors fell into that category. Very few people would concede that they were part of the political wing. In fact, nobody of the KLA at that time. Some people would have said, well, this was street talk. They're on the wrong side, or because there were plenty of plenty of KLA supporters around. I won't say it was the majority at all, but there were some. And so, in other words, it was in the air. I can't say I took a particularly great interest in it, but it was certainly in the air.
Thank you.
If you forgive the phrase.
Thank you very much.
Any questions arose from the judge's questions? Mr.
No, Your
Prosecutor?
Honor.
No, Your Honor.
None. None.
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Laws, I skipped you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll break for lunch. Witness, your testimony is now finished. You will be free to leave. Thank you for being with us, for sharing your information with us. And the usher will escort you out.
Thank you.
Leave. He should leave.
Yes, Your Honor, there is an outstanding ruling on the exhibit that had been marked for identification as P235. Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll rule on that before we start this afternoon.
Yes, and the next witness, I'm told, is ready to proceed at 2:30.
Okay. Thank you. We are adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. I have an oral order on the admission of P00235 MFI. The SPO tendered for admission item SPO E400-10571 and SPO SPOs SPO E400-10579 marked for identification as P00235 MFI. The Krasniqi defense objected that it tendered records that are not signed and therefore do not meet the requirements for admission under Rule 155. The Krasniqi defense then requested the panel to defer its ruling in relation to the tendered records until after its cross-examination of witness 02153. The panel notes that the tendered records were discussed at length during the witness direct examination by the SPO as well as during his cross-examination by the Krasniqi defense. The panel is therefore satisfied that these do not constitute statements under Rule 153 to 155, as they were not taken in the context of or in connection with legal proceedings and are admissible instead as exhibits pursuant to Rule 138, Sub 1, as they are relevant, authentic, and have probative value, which is not outweighed by their prejudicial effect. For these reasons, the panel admits the tendered records under Rule 138. This concludes the panel's oral order. Please assign a numbered exhibit, a permanent exhibit number.
Your Honor, the document will retain the number P235 and its exhibit status will be changed from MFI to admitted.
Thank you very much. Now we will start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness 04586. Before we start, Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session just for a moment.
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
Oh, okay, she's gone. I didn't see her get up. Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon. Yes. Yes, I can hear you very well.
I will read to you the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141 of our rules. I will ask you to repeat the text that I read to you and then to indicate your consent. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
So I will read a portion of the statement and then ask you to repeat it. Understood?
It's clear.
This is the statement. Conscious of the significance of my testimony, can you repeat that? Let me say it again. Let me say it again.
Yes, yes.
I'm going to read some words and I want you to repeat them. Do you understand?
Yes. Conscious of the significance
Testimony
of my testimony
legal responsibility
and my legal responsibility I solemnly declare
the truth
that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I shall not withhold anything
knowledge
which has come to my knowledge.
Do you understand and accept that obligation?
Do you understand my obligation?
If you understand what you just stated.
Yes, I do. It's clear to me.
Your Honours, just to confirm on the record, in the remote location present are witness W04586, which is the staff member and myself, warrant officer.
Thank you. Witness, today we will start your testimony. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you some questions, and then counsel for the victims And once they are finished for the defense, and the members of the panel may ask you some questions as well. The prosecution will be judicious in their use of time, as will the defense. Please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask the counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand, and they will make it clear. Also, try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Also, please note that you should speak into the microphone. You should wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. When you're talking or answering a question, if I ask you to stop, please stop, or I may put my hand up to let you know I want you to stop so I can give you further instruction. If you need to take a break, please let us know. We will begin with the prosecution. Go ahead.
Mr. Witness, good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
See and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Very good. Mr. Witness, my name is Paul Bradfield, a lawyer for the prosecution, and we met last week to review your statements. Your Honours, if we can go briefly into your private session to record the personal details of the witness.
Could you say it? Repeat what you said, please.
Could we please go into private session to record the private details
Yes,
of the
please go
witness?
into private session, Madam Court Officer. Your Honours, we're in public session.
Mr. Witness, you have previously given testimony in Kosovo. And the first time you did so was in 2004 in UNMIC proceedings. Court officer, if I can bring up the following ERN, please. SPOE 002 08912 002 08 929 RED underscore F01664. And I'd be grateful if the court officer in the video location could present the hard copy to the witness, but he does not need to read it at this point. And this document is not for the public, just to be sure. Very good. Thank you. Mr. Witness, your 2004 statement, which is before you, was read back to you last week during our preparation session. In that session, you confirmed that it was yours, but can you confirm for the court now, please, that this is indeed your prior testimony? I'm not sure if the translation is finished, but I'll ask it again. Mr. Witness, the document before you now...
Please, I'm listening.
The document before you now is your testimony.
Yes.
2004. This very document was read back to you last week when I was present, and you confirmed it was yours. Can you please confirm for the judges today that this is in fact your testimony?
I don't understand. So you're talking about the document I spoke about a week ago. I gave some information, but I now don't understand how did I do this. My memory is failing me. I'm suffering from sugar levels in my blood.
Witness, do you need a break right now, or are you fine to continue?
No, we can continue.
For meeting with me and an interpreter last week.
Yes.
In that meeting, do you remember statements being read back to you?
Yes. I do remember.
Mr. Witness, there were 3 statements that were read back. One of them is before you now in the physical copy. And you confirmed to us in the meeting it was your testimony. Now I'm simply asking, can you confirm for the judges that it is in fact your testimony?
I see the statement I have in front of me. I can declare what you asked me about.
Your Honours, I don't know if that satisfies the requirements for the first statement.
You might want to try again.
Mr. Witness, the statement before you in hard copy was read back to you last week. Do you remember reading those or hearing those statements read back to you last week?
Yes. understand this was read, but I don't know how to start the very beginning of it. What is the reason that I would need to answer for?
Mr. Witness, do you remember confirming to us when we met that the statements read back to you were your testimony?
I understand I gave this before. I gave a statement about my brother.
Ask him if this is his statement.
Very good. We'll move on to the second one, so Your Honours, if that's satisfied. Court officer, if we could bring up...
No. Witness, you said you gave a statement concerning your brother. Is that correct?
Correct.
The document in front of you, that statement.
Yes, I gave this statement concerning my brother.
Thank you, Your Honour. If we could bring up the second statement, please. ERN SITF 001 80616 -001 80659 RED. Again, now for the public, please. And again, if the hard copy could be presented to the witness, please. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Witness. Thank you. Mr. Witness, the second statement you gave was in 2005, again in UNMIC proceedings. And the hard copy is before you now. And again, this very statement was read back to you last week. Do you remember that?
Correct.
For the judges here today, that this is in fact your testimony.
Is this about the case concerning my brother? I'm asking.
Correct.
We're starting again the story of my brother's case, how this happened, what happened to me, how my brother in 1998 lost his life. His life was taken by individuals.
In your testimony, in the document before you. So my question is, can you confirm that this is in fact your testimony?
Yes.
The final statement the prosecution seeks to tender is your interview with the prosecution from 2020, and the relevant ERNs are 074 780-TR-ET parts 1 to 4 RED 2. And if the first page of part 1 could be brought up in court, and also the Albanian for the witness, please. Thank you. Mr. Witness, your interview with the prosecution from 2020, that is 3 years ago, is now before you in hard copy. Do you remember this being read back to you last week?
I forget things because of my sugar levels in my blood. But this statement is true indeed. However, I forget. I am not in full possession of my abilities. I don't remember things. But if you want an answer, like a basic peasant-style answer, in relation to my brother, because this grammar with the grammar rules and grammatically correctly written things, I don't understand them.
I understand that, Mr. Witness. My question is very simple, though. The statement before you, which is your interview with the prosecution, is it yours?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, during our preparation meeting last week, you were given an opportunity to review all of your statements. Isn't that correct?
It is true. However, I said that my memory is weak due to my sugar levels, and I forget things very easily.
I understand that, Mr. Witness. Do you remember, after reading your statements, you gave some clarifications to us? Do you remember that?
Yes, it is. I understood what I said, and I said everything in relation to the criminal act against my brother. Now, if you wish to ask me to tell you the account about what happened to my brother, I will tell you in simple words, in peasant words, but not in a sophisticated manner.
To be clear, we don't need to go through your entire story today. But just to go back, do you remember your clarifications being recorded in a note that was read back to you last week?
To be honest, I forget things. My diabetes makes me forget things, and I can't be precise with these things. But I'm willing and I want to give a statement in relation to what happened to my brother. Otherwise, I don't really understand things.
Mr. Witness, do you remember me asking you certain questions last week? And you made some changes to your statements. Do you remember that?
I remember very little of this, not the statement. I didn't make any changes. I told the story of my brother, how this unfolded, how everything happened.
Mr. Witness, do your statements that were read back to you last week fully and accurately reflect your evidence and what you would say if you were asked the same questions today in court?
Yes.
Your Honours, statements of the witness pursuant to Rule 154 as identified on the record. And with these statements, there are also a number of associated exhibits, which are as follows. Exhibits 1 to 4, as listed in ERN 074 773 074 778 RED 2, which contains certain certificates and a newspaper article, and the translation for the article is ERN 074 778 074 778 ET. And the final exhibit is a photo lineup used in the witness's testimony. The ERN for this is SITF 002 99055 002 99087. And in light of our conversation, I will not be tendering the preparation note at this point. But with Your Honour's permission, having satisfied these requirements, I will now read a summary of the witness's evidence.
No,
No, Your Honour.
None, Your Honour. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you all very much. We will proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, your evidence is now part of the record.
Wait, excuse me. Do you want this in public session?
Please, yes.
All right,
We're
go ahead.
public, yeah, thank you. Mr. Witness, your statements
Yes.
are now part of the evidential record, and you don't need to go through your full story with me now. But what I will do now is read a summary for the benefit of the public. And it is as follows. In July 1998, the witness and his family were returning home from a family event. On their way back, they were stopped at a KLA checkpoint near Dranots. KLA soldiers ordered one of the witness's family members out of the car. The witness saw his family member being led away and put inside a vehicle. After around 3 hours, the KLA ordered the witness and the rest of his family to continue their journey. But the family member singled out by the KLA remained detained at the checkpoint. In the following days, the witness's relatives went to Dranots in order to access their family member. However, he was never seen by his family again, and his remains were only discovered and formally identified years later. Your Honour, at this point we have no further questions for this witness.
Excuse me, Mr. Laws, just before, could we have exhibit numbers for those? Oh, I'm sorry, court officer.
Thank you, Your Honours. The first statement, SPOE 002089112 to 002089929, RAD underscore F01664, and its Albanian translation will be exhibit P250. The second statement under ERN SITF 00180616 to 00180659 RAD will be exhibit P251. The third statement and all four parts of it will be under ERN number 074780 TR80 parts 1 to 4 RED2 and TRET parts 1 to 4 RED2 will be exhibit P252.1 for part 1, P252.2 for part 2, P252.3 for part 3, and P252.4 for part 4. and the associated exhibits on 074773 to 074778 RED 2, and the English translation will be exhibit P253. And lastly, SITF 00299-055 to 00299-087 will be exhibit P254, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. And good afternoon, Mr. Witness. As you know, my name is Simon Laws, and I am the Victims' Counsel in this case. And we have met by video link twice, in fact.
Yes.
Hear me all right?
I can hear you, but I cannot see you well because I have a vision impairment because of my diabetes.
I hope that you understand what has happened, Mr. Witness. The statements that you've been asked about have all been read by the judges, and we don't need to go through the story of what happened to your brother. I hope you understand that.
Yes.
I just want to ask you one question, and it's this. How has the loss of your brother affected you?
morning, and the same people will be there to help you. Do you understand? Translation? Is there a translation?
Yes, I do understand.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, you may escort the witness out of the room. What kind of time frame are you looking at?
Well, Your Honor, as we always say, when a witness comes to the stand, you edit your question accordingly, which I will. I will go back through this and make it quite brief. I can't anticipate being that long. So I have one other matter before your question. My colleagues answer.
Your Honor, we'll be considering whether to ask any questions, but it's looking unlikely that we will, given the circumstances.
And we follow suit with our colleagues on the Vasselli team, Your Honor. Thank you.
At the most, maybe about 15 or 20 minutes, Your Honor.
All right. What other thing do you have?
The other matter, Judge, and I've addressed this with a court officer. President Thaçi would like to appear by video link tomorrow, and will sign the appropriate waiver to do that. Yeah, I just wanted to bring it to Your Honor's attention. Yes, Your Honor.
The same application on behalf of Mr. Vasili, if that's acceptable.
And the same for us, Your Honor.
And us, Your Honor.
We are adjourned until 9 tomorrow.
All rise.